Please take your seats. She's here. I just lost my son. Good thing, I haven't gotten a request for that. Oh, that's right. Take your seats. Carolyn here. Right here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Good evening, folks. The Bow 2011 School District meeting will now come to order. At this time, I'd like to recognize our Girl Scout troop from Bow for presentation of our flag. Please rise.
Girl Scouts attention. Color Guard advance. Please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Dismissed.
Thank you. Presenting for the Girl Scouts was Emily Racino, Ali Colandreo, Lexi Demon, Hallie Kasalik, Emma Wilkie, Annalise Kaufman, Kate Watt, Anna Lafreniere, Gina Colandreo, Megan Shipos. And for our, the members of our Bow High School Select Choir were Aaron Inks, Colin Moore, Cody Aiken, Will Malvey, and Olivia Bergen. Thank you. My name is Jim Hatem. I am the moderator for tonight's meeting, as I have been for many years, and I welcome you to this meeting. Before we get going, there's always a few preliminary matters to take care of. One is that the the Bow Senate, I believe, is having babysitting, and I believe is at the library. So if anybody wants to take advantage of those services, please do. Sitting up front, and as part of this meeting, starting down on the left are Dean Cascadden, our superintendent. I think beyond him, actually, I miss Dwayne Ford, our business administrator, Pansy Bloomfield, a member of our school board, Ann Bear, Deb McCann, Robert Loof, and Tom Keene. And to my right, our school district clerk, John Rich, and Roy Bailey is on the keyboards one more time. At this point, I would like to announce the results from our balloting at the polls relating to the school district. There were 2 seats open for the school board. They were filled by Deb Alfano and June Brascom. Yours truly was elected school district moderator for 3 more years, and Mark Lavelle, again, was reelected the school district treasurer. At this point, I would like to recognize Pansy Bloomfield for a presentation.
Good evening. With the elections of Deb Alfano and June Branscombe, we need to bid adieu to 2 of our very staunch and long-lasting board members, Ann Baer and Deborah McCann. And I have a couple of presentations for the 2 of you, if you would come. Deb has been with us for 3 terms and been very dedicated and available for everything that the district needs. And Ann is with us for her 2nd time around as board member. She served, was it 8 years the first time, and then 4.5 this time. So she's been with the district for a very long time and has seen the district grow from very small to very large, and now on the downside again. Thank you.
My husband won't believe it, but I'll be brief. When we moved to town 21 years ago, I tell people that we didn't pick Bo, Bo picked us. I had a 1-year-old, and I was imminently having my daughter, who is now a junior in college. So my husband came back here and picked out a house that I never actually saw. But Bo, we picked Bo for the same reason that many people pick Bo, because it's a wonderful community, it's a beautiful town, the schools are great. Some of the same reasons that people are still moving into Bow. So as the kids got older, I got involved in stuff that you have with kids, with school and church and scouts and all that stuff. So it's been a great ride, and I have to honestly say that it hasn't just been a pleasure and an honor to serve the people of Bow, it's been payback.
Thank you, Deb. Before we get going, I thought I would, as I usually do, go over a few of the procedures and rules that we'll be using at this meeting. We don't go through the full list, but in your town report on page T2, you'll see the rules of the meeting as well as the voters' rights and responsibilities. I would ask you to look at that if you have any questions about what we're doing here tonight. You always have a right to ask for a point of order, and if you have questions about what's going on, how it's being conducted, or anything relating to the procedure, you always have the right to make a point of order and inquire of me of what's going on, and I'll do my best to help explain it all. But basically, we go through all of the warrant articles in order. I will begin by reading them, and then once they've been read, the meeting would ask for a second and it'd be moved and a second. Once it's been moved and seconded, it's up for discussion and debate. As we go through motions, first while they're being discussed, they're open for amendment, and we discuss amendments and we vote on amendments. But once we're finished with our amendments, we then vote on the warrant article either as it is or if it's amended, as amended. So you might be voting on an amendment. If you adopt an amendment or reject an amendment, you still go back and vote on the entire warrant article itself. When you like to speak to one of the warrant articles, we have microphones here. And here we ask you to approach them, and I will recognize the folks in the microphones. We also have a handheld microphone that can be brought to you if you have any need for that. So I'd ask you to raise your hand if you have a hard time, if for some reason you can't get to a microphone. Please, no speaking unless you have the floor and have been recognized by the moderator. Today, the votes will all be done by a show of hands. All the voters should have a wristband, these fancy wristbands we started using before a few years ago. If you're a non-voter, you should be sitting in this section off to the right, and your votes will not be counted unless you're in the main body. So please, non-voters up to the auditorium's back right. And we'll be doing it by a show of hands, and if needed, we will count them. And as the rules provide, if anybody has any questions about a call of the moderator for a non-counted vote, you have the right to require that I count the votes, and I'm happy to do that. So please let me know if you have any questions about that. In the moderator business, there's a little bit of a competition going on about trying to come up with something witty and wise to say at this point in the meeting to sort of get things going. I basically spend an entire year just listening for something to use and try and see if it's appropriate to steal what Peter Imsey used. And this is not going to be appropriate for tonight, but I liked it enough, I figured might as well go with it. I was listening to the radio, and those philosophers we all listen to every once in a while, Click and Clack, the Tappet brothers, on the radio. And they were just talking about everything and nothing and had very little to do with cars. And they said, they were talking and they said, if someone says to you, can I have a penny for your thoughts, and you give them your 2 cents, you've probably given them twice as much as they were looking for. So keep that in mind. Let's keep this moving. Feel free to speak your mind, but let's not test each other's patience when you do. And with that, I will ask if anyone has any questions about what we're doing. Okay, so let's go right into the business. We don't have a long agenda tonight, and the first, let's see. So to the inhabitants of the school district of the town of Bow, you are hereby notified to meet at the Bow High School auditorium in said district on Friday, the 11th of March at 7 o'clock in the evening to act upon the following subjects. Our first article is to hear the reports of agents, auditors, and committees and officers chosen and to take any action thereon. And this is a place marker we have in the meeting for a presentation by the school district. And at this point, I would recognize Dr. Cascad.
Thank you. Go to the first slide, please. You've seen this slide before. It's the story that's been the story of Bow since I got here 4 years ago. We've been in a definite enrollment decline. And in response to this enrollment decline, we've been doing enrollment-based reductions of staff. Could you go to the next slide, please? This shows the schools, and the same slide as before, but broken out to all 4 of our schools. You can see our 3. Roll with me, would you? that you can see Bow Memorial and Bow Elementary School are the smallest that they've been since we've been taking the data. And the high school is also beginning to follow that trend. Next slide, please. This is our grade distribution right now. These are the number of the students in each grade. And you can see on the far right-hand side is Bow's baby boomlet, which, like the baby boomers that move through the demographics of the United States, they have caused a lot of changes in the Bow school system. It had to expand to accommodate them, and then as they leave, it has had to contract. But you see, after the senior class graduates, we're probably going to moderate. So the declining enrollment that we've seen over the last 4 years will slow. I mean, I don't think we're going to see the same declines in enrollment that we've seen. We've also seen some promising things about families moving into Bow. And now we have some Hooksett students coming into our high school. We'll have 4 sophomores next year and 4 freshmen who are coming in as full tuition students. So the board has been proactive in trying to deal with the enrollment issues. Next slide, please. One of the things that's been made clear to me over the last few years, especially working with the budget committee and the board, is a desire to keep the program at historic averages. And you can see these are our class sizes laid out to our different configurations. And we're pretty close to state averages for the most point. And I don't have the historic view up here, but we do an analysis every year to see where our class sizes are, and if we're pretty much sticking with our historic averages. And that's kind of been the marching orders. Let's do enrollment-based reductions and keep the program close to where we've seen it historically. Next slide, please. These are your operating costs per student. And when I say operating costs, this comes off the State of Department website. It's not the full cost per student because certain things are pulled out. But in general, it has cost more every year to educate our students on a cost per student basis. Even though enrollment has been declining and maybe the overall amount we spend, we've been able to keep a moderation on, our cost per student has been rising. There are fixed drivers of costs that drive that up. Retirement, benefits, employee costs, oil, all those sort of things that are inflationary, those drive up our cost per student. Okay, next slide, please. The other thing that people like to know and like to see is how well are we doing? And so here are our state assessment results. There's a much larger report of our state assessment results, but we continue to do very well. And if you turn to the next slide. This is a nice comparison that I like. It's the difference between the Bow and the New Hampshire scores. Because we have different classes and we have different groups of kids going through, this allows us to get a good comparison. How well is each grade in Bow doing comparing to the state? And you can see overall, we're doing well. We do well as comparison to the state. Generally great. There are a couple of classes that we're definitely keeping an eye on because the achievement isn't as high as expected. And I think last year, the body voted to add an extra teacher to one of those grades. And this year, when we looked at the second grade that the achievement isn't high on, we made sure that there's adequate resources as far as classroom teachers and so forth that we're serving those kids. And the last thing I would direct you to, as I end this, is I do have an annual report letter on S44 and S45 of your book. We have a tax neutral goal this year that the board put up, and we were able to meet that, or you're going to discuss how that could possibly be met tonight, through enrollment-based cuts, going to a capital reserve fund and doing some work with that, and the fact that we have unsettled contracts. Our 2 labor contracts remain unsettled, and therefore a large cost that would be associated with those is not in front of you tonight. I say that because I think we're at a crossroads, and I want to give you a view. I think we're not going to be able to continue to bring a neutral budget or a tax-neutral budget. There are incredible changes in state funding that are happening, both on our revenue and on our expense side, or both on our expense and our revenue side. We're not going to be able to answer those questions tonight about how they impact your taxes, because we don't know. I mean, if I knew what the legislature was going to do, I wouldn't be in school administration. I'd be in a forecasting or consulting or something. But that's a big uncertain. If you've watched any of the news lately, seeing what's happening in Wisconsin, or seeing what's happening in anywhere in the country, there is incredible pressure to adjust the salaries and especially the benefits of public workers. And that's out there. And as we talk about these things, I just want to make a plea. The public school is an important institution in most communities. And a community school is the center of the community. We have some very tough decisions that we have to talk about. Some very tough things. We have to talk about money and those sorts of things. But as we talk about those things, let's remember that we are a community and speak to each other in respectful ways and not break into camps of us versus them as much as possible. Because ultimately what it comes down to, we're all in this together to help the community of Bow and to help the next generation. And to raise up the next generation to make the decisions that they need to in the world. There's going to be some tough talk. There's going to be some tough decisions we have to face. But let's do it with professionalism. Let's do it in a way that, you know, when we get up the next morning and we have to put our arms around each other and say, here we go, Bo, we're able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll move on to Article 2, the budget, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the Budget Committee's recommended amount of $24,824,072 for the support of schools, for the payment of salaries for the school district officials and agents, and for the payment of the statutory obligations of the district. This article does not include appropriations voted in other warrant articles. This is recommended by the Budget Committee by a vote of 7-0. The school board recommends the same number. Their vote was 5-0. And do I have a motion?
I move to adopt Article 2.
Okay, moved. Second? Second. Okay. Article 2 has been moved and seconded. I will now recognize George Lagos, Chairman of the Budget Committee, for a short presentation.
Good evening, everybody. I'll try to be relatively brief. Dr. Cascadden covered several points that I think are important. The first is that the operating budget of $24,164,087 is the one that was proposed by the school, and it was also supported by the Budget Committee. And it is worth noting that this is the third consecutive year that the town is being presented with what's essentially a no-growth budget. There are several points I'd like to emphasize. The total for all expenditures proposed in the budget, including all warrant articles, is $24,824,072 as compared to $25,212,873 last year. This year's proposed operating budget absorbs some increased fixed costs of approximately $500,000, including over $149,000 attributable to increases in retirement costs, $90,000 for evergreen contract costs for the BEA contract, and $300,000 for benefit increases. And as Dr. Cascadden pointed out, enrollment continues to decline, and this has resulted in some staff reductions. 7.5 full-time teaching positions have been eliminated, 2 from the elementary school, 1.3 from the middle school, 3.2 from the high school, and 1 district-wide position. This resulted in expense savings of approximately $602,256. There were also some substantial savings in utility costs of over $100,000 and $110,862 in the special education budget. It is important, as was pointed out, to note that this budget does not include any increases for employees covered under the two contracts, the BEA or the BESS contract. The budget does include $58,905 for a wage adjustment pool, which could be utilized for non-union employees. There are two other warrant articles I'll mention just briefly. We'll be talking about them later, obviously. One of the warrant articles proposes to close an existing capital reserve fund, which had a balance as of year end of $505,393. And the following warrant article proposes to add $250,000 of that amount to an existing capital reserve fund for future school repairs. There are no proposed warrant articles seeking to fund capital reserve accounts from unexpended funds, which means that budgeted but unspent dollars in the 2010-11 budget will be used for reducing future taxes. I would once again, as I typically do, like to thank the Budget Committee and the school board and the school administration for their commitment, time, and effort in delivering high-quality education to the town for our students, while at the same time trying to take into consideration the tax impact on the community. One last thing I want to mention just briefly, not from my notes, but it is the elephant in the room, so to speak, with regard to the state budget. And as you know, with a biennium budget, this is not uncommon where we come into this meeting not knowing what's going to change at the State House. This year, the issues are a little more dramatic. The governor's budget, which was submitted about 1 week after the public hearing on the school budget, made several proposals which could affect the revenue that we would otherwise get, and also the expenses that we have to pay for certain categories, most notably retirement expense and a couple of other items. The potential worst-case scenario there is not a good one. It's well over $500,000, somewhere in the vicinity of $600,000. But as you all know, the worst-case scenario at this point in time in the legislative process is there's no point in trying to predict what the outcome will be, because here we are in early March. The Senate and the House are both working on the legislation. They'll cross over at the end of the month, and there's a lot more to go into the grinder before we see what the sausage is going to look like. Hopefully, things will get better as the process goes along. And you may have noted, as I did, our Representative Tom Keene indicated that the Republican leadership certainly is opposed to the notion of downshifting these costs and expenses onto our budgets as opposed to the state budget. Now, all that being said, there is no way to predict the future. So what you have in front of you is the budget that's being proposed by the Budget Committee, and we're going to go with what we've got. And I can assure you that these issues have been discussed extensively by the people sitting in the front of the room and by your Budget Committee. So thank you all very much.
And I will recognize Deb McCann for the school board.
You did my part.
You all set?
I'm all set. This is a pretty straightforward budget. I guess Mr. Hayden didn't get the memo that I was supposed to read the article. We worked long and hard on this. I'm the school board representative to the Budget Committee, so we've been looking at this budget since September. It's not perfect, but it's certainly the best that we could do under the circumstances. Like, I think Dr. Skadden really nailed it when he said that we're in for tough times, and we're glad to be able to bring something with a negative tax impact or a neutral tax impact at this point. And I guess we'll entertain questions.
Okay. So please, and state your name and address for the meeting.
My name is Steve Ilgert, and I'm at 47 Putney Road. First, I want to thank the school board for, and especially Ann and Debbie, for their tireless service. I think over the years, you have gone above and beyond in terms of serving the town, and it's often unrecognized what a thankless task being on the school board is. That said, I'm a little bit curious as to what exactly happened with the negotiations, and I'd like to ask the school board several questions about that. Specifically, it seems to me that it's very unusual to have a two-member negotiating team come up with an agreement with the group that the teachers, and then turn around and have the rest of the board vote it down or vote against it. This seems to me that it's a major breakdown in communication between the board members, and I'd like to hear what happened, because I think the town people need to know the story and really need to understand the mechanism of what happened.
Robert Lauf and I were the board representatives to mediate to the negotiating team for the board. And as we negotiated and talked about all the issues that we were interested in addressing through the contract negotiations for both groups, it got to a point where it was clear we were not going to be able to do it ourselves, and we needed to go to mediation. That said, during a mediation process, what happens is that we have, our two groups sit in separate rooms. We have a mediator that shuttles back and forth and sort of tries to explain our position to the other party, and then comes back and explains their position to us. And that's how the negotiation goes on. We are at that point in mediation, we're no longer sitting in front of each other discussing issues. Now, when we are at mediation and we are a subgroup of the larger group, whether it's the two of us representing the rest of the board, or the teachers negotiating team, or the support staff negotiating team, we have to make decisions about how the mediator presents information to us. And during that evaluation process, we may or may not feel, and it changes from one mediation to the next, in order to come to an agreement at a reasonable hour so that we're not there all night to the point where we're so tired that we don't know what kind of decisions we're making anymore. When we're still rational, we make decisions about the information that's being presented to us. We may at that point feel that we may or may not be able to push the envelope of what we were instructed to bring to negotiations. In other words, the board had a goal in mind that we were to try to negotiate to. We were not able to come to that, and we came to maybe something a little more than what the board had authorized us to do. That's the point at which, okay, you can get to a tentative agreement with the other party, knowing that it may or may not be ratified by the rest of the group. It has happened to us, to the board in the past, that the teachers have brought back a contract to their group and it has not been approved. It goes both ways. This particular time, the board negotiating team agreed to something in tentative agreement that was beyond the borders, beyond the boundaries of what we were authorized to do. And when we brought it back to the rest of the board, they nixed it. That's basically what happened. Is that fair? Do you have any other comments?
Yeah,
Rob?
well, and also that,
Mike.
I'm sorry. And the fact that both Pandy and I had made the agreement, we were bound, it would have been an unfair labor practice had we switched our votes afterwards. And I, at the beginning of the negotiations, the last one that I was in, at the start, we were both on separate coasts. After 8 hours, we were both in Wyoming, but we were on separate sides of the state, so to speak. It wasn't after until 10 hours where it started to seem like we would be able to get something for the next year. Either way, we're back at the table next fall. And I started to look at it through both a micro and a macro prism. And the micro prism being, okay, the points that we want to get out of negotiations. The macro prism being the broader sense, those initiatives that perhaps we've started, that we want to start, and then the children. Because we may disagree as adults, but I don't want to see the children brought into any of this. And on the micro prism, okay, we really didn't get anything, in my opinion. On the macro prism, that's where I felt we had something for the next year. When we brought it back to the board, we looked at it under the separate microscopes, and it was just that we decided that the micro was more where we wanted to be. And that's how, it wasn't a breakdown in communication, but that together with what Pansy said is where we decided, the ultimate decision came upon. Does that answer your question?
It does, but I'm still, I can't help but think that the board blew it. I think, in my experience, I've negotiated 4 or 5 contracts in all my years of that I've been on school boards, both here and up in Thornton, New Hampshire. And I've never negotiated a contract where we then turned around and voted it down right away and not even allowed it to come before the town to really give the town the ultimate authority, which is basically what the process is. And I'm really kind of disappointed in that. Whether you know, when you get to the point where you walk out and you shake someone's hand and you say, this is our agreement, we're now going to bring it back and ratify it, and then you turn around and say, no, I won't do it, it's really a slap in the face to a group of people that work very hard in our school district for our children. And I think it's very unfair. Now, that said, there are a couple other questions that I have. Mr. Lagos mentioned the $90,000 that is slated presently in the budget that's in this current warrant article that was devoted toward step increases and longevity raises. I really would like to know what the intent of the board is to do with that money. Are you going to apply that to the teachers' contracts coming up? Are you going to withhold it? Are you, what is your intent on that money?
I'll answer that question. And I have addressed our legal counsel about it. And on the advice of legal counsel, we want to keep the money in the budget. The intent is that our contracts are due April 15th. None of those contracts would contain any raises, any of the step raises. We fully expect that will be challenged. At least it is up to challenge. And then we will work through the provisions in the contract about how you deal with a grievance or arbitration or so forth, and we'll see what's going on. The reason being is that this is my advice to the board, if they put the raises and give the raises on April 15th, then that possibly establishes a practice that would mean they would have to continue to give step raises until a new contract is negotiated. Now, that may be determined that that's what they have to do, but it should be done through the dispute resolution process and not just done by the board.
Now, I'm far from a legal scholar, and I haven't read the turnaround for the Evergreen Law that was just passed in our state legislature. But it seems to me that even though there's no Evergreen clause in our present contract, this body, I think either 2 or 3 years ago, with the full knowledge that that contract would in effect allow that kind of language to go forward at the time, voted in a contract with the understanding that there would be Evergreen from that point on, not knowing that the present legislature would reverse it. It seems to me that there may be a problem with that in terms of what the intent of that vote was compared to what you just said in your plan for the money.
No, what you have just said will be the position of the union if they decide to bring this to a court of law. The position that the legislature, or some members of the legislature, who basically, the law reads, we repeal the Evergreen, or the Evergreen statute is just repealed. That's what it reads. There are some lawmakers, the intent of that is it is effective immediately. And so that's the legal question. You laid out the one side of the legal question that we expect to be laid out in the arbitration or PRLB process, And the other side of it will be the evergreen law is repealed, so therefore those raises are not going. But that's a legal question that we feel has to be done in the courts and is not ours to make. Because if we make that decision, then we're bound to that decision until we negotiate something different. That's my advice to the board.
And how much do you think that legal challenge will cost the town? And do we have that money in this present budget to expend?
We thought about a couple things, okay? This is a hard thing. This is not easy to do. The first legal challenge, depending on how it's brought, we don't know how this is going to be brought. They could be brought as an unfair labor practice, which goes to the PERLB, or it could be brought, the other grievance procedure in the contract is an arbitration procedure. That's the first step. That's not going to be terribly expensive. We have money to cover our legal counsel for that. Whatever the decision that comes out of that, then the board would have to make a decision after that. And they may make the decision, if that went against the board, they may make a decision that say, it is cheaper for us now to give the raises than to fight that decision further. The problem is that somewhere in New Hampshire, this is going to have to be a test case that goes all the way to the Supreme Court. I don't want Bo to be that test case, because it's going to cost us more money than it's worth. And I agree with that realism. But somewhere, it's going to have to go all the way.
How are you going to avoid being the Bo test case?
I think what happens is that because we're stuck between a rock and a hard place legally, if we go ahead and give the raises as the expectations were, we put ourselves in setting a precedent not only for us but for all the other towns in the state as far as how we handle this particular issue. If we don't give it, we're in trouble because we're going to be suffering a grievance or an unfair labor practice. So no matter what, we are in for some sort of a challenge from somewhere. I think what happens is that once we are challenged and take it to the first step, whether it's the PELRB or the district, whatever level that is, and a decision is handed down, we have then the opportunity to say, okay, do we stop here or do we want to continue? If the decision then is to stop here and give the raises, then we have something to fall back on in terms of a direction from the courts or from the PELRB that tells us to do so, that then puts us in a different place puts us in a different place with respect to setting precedent for anybody with regard to this law. It's just a very, very difficult legal issue right now, and it's not in any way directed at the staff, although I understand the staff does have to suffer the consequences. But the legislature has put us in this position because of the way they enacted this law.
I suspect it's not just the staff that's going to suffer the consequences. We as town taxpayers are going to end up spending money on these legal challenges.
Again, that depends on how far the board chooses to take it at that point. As Dean said, if it only goes as far as an unfair labor practice with or arbitration, that is not particularly expensive and is in the budget. To take it beyond that would cost the town, and I would find it hard for the board to decide to make that kind of decision, although I can't speak for the future board. It's not something we can answer right now, unfortunately.
Well, and you know, as I've always told my patients, I missed that lecture where they gave out a crystal ball.
Right.
And that's fine. I appreciate that. I just think that, to be honest with you, by voting down the contract, you've sort of poisoned the well a little bit here, and you've gotten people perhaps a little angry in the town, and there may be more of a backlash on this than it's worth in terms of whatever amount of money you thought was worth the principle of voting no about. I think, you know, I think it's ill-advised to do the method that you're doing.
Point of order.
Thank you, yeah.
Isn't the speaker only allowed 5 minutes?
I think it's actually 3.
Then let's have some other speakers.
Understood.
Okay, and that's fine.
Understood, thank you. Yes, please. So, just for a minute, You know, we try not to run the clock on folks. Hope you would all appreciate, you know, at a certain point, it's time to yield the microphone. But also, I have to make a judgment as to what's being discussed is germane or not. I believe that was, and let the discussion go. But let's be careful to make sure that it relates to the budget. I think you got a sense of something the school board wrestles with in the context of the budget. But those are that's what I need to think of to try to keep the meeting moving. So, please,
Mr. Moderator?
yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, your name and your address?
Somebody was asking for you, so I was
Yep.
waiting to see what they wanted.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, it was me.
She was trying to get your attention, I was waiting for her.
Oh, hi.
I just want,
You say Ms.
I did say Mr. Moderator.
All right, sorry.
I just wanted, could I just give one point of clarification, like one sentence to, because he was talking and he asked a
I think
question.
we're ready to move on.
Okay.
Julie Jocelyn, Woodhill Road. I have a question regarding state budget. I know you don't have numbers, and I understand that won't be settled until probably July. But I want to know, what is your plan if you get maybe half of the money you were expecting? Are you planning to cut the budget? Are you planning to spend as much as we authorize and raise taxes in order to do it? What are you planning to do if you do not get that money?
The budget we passed tonight limits the amount of money that we can spend this year, period. There's no way that we can raise more taxes in order to spend more money. What is approved tonight here is the bottom line. If the state budget comes through in such a way that it reduces the amount of money or increases the amount of money we have to spend, we have to cut other areas in order to accommodate those funds. So in other words, if the state, if it's going to cost us $400,000 more to pay for retirement or whatever it is, that we have to find ways not to spend $400,000 in other areas in order to meet the budget that we vote on tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Jim Hoffman, 3 Nathaniel Drive. I'd like to give Dr. Elgert another alternative on this sticky union situation. Perhaps we could take the money, run a campaign to decertify the union, and give the money to the teachers, and they would actually make out better by having a non-union teaching position with the town of Bow than they do now having the money paid to the union management. That's one issue. The second is I'd just like to offer some numbers on the budget as it is being presented this evening. I checked in with Dr. Cascadden, and apparently with our $24,164,000 budget and the 1,440 students that it is intended to provide education for, that comes out to about $16,780 per student. And now that's full up, all costs, the operating budget as well as fixed asset charges, et cetera. The comparable number across the state of New Hampshire is $14,549. I'm not here to make a value judgment on whether that's the right number or not. I just wanted to offer that as a reference so that we can all understand the budget that is being proposed this evening is about $2,200 per student higher than the New Hampshire average, and it is 15% higher. So with that, I just offer that as a point of clarification before we all consider making our value judgments and voting on the budget. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. My name is Fawad Afshar. I live at 1 Hidden Forest Drive. I have 2 questions. One relates to the proposed budget regarding fuel expenditures. I noticed there's a substantial decrease in that. Can somebody explain how we arrived at that? Because as far as I know, fuel increases in cost.
Increase or decrease?
Decrease.
Yes,
Sorry. Yeah.
we are a member, I wanted to make sure, I thought I heard you wrong. We belong to a consortium of communities, Merrimack Valley, City of Concord, Concord School District, and St. Paul's School. We bid out our electricity supply and our natural gas supply, not every year, but pretty frequently. The price that we have for the budget that's in front of you is a locked-in price. It's the same price as we've had in the year that we're in now. In addition to that, we've been trying the last several years to do more efficient electricity. We've replaced certain components of our HVAC system to try to minimize usage. So what we've tried to do is combine those two things. When we did the 10-11 budget, we were comparing the supply costs to the 09-10. When we passed that budget last year, we had proposed certain costs for supply. When we did that bid, they came in lower. So this is the catch-up for the supply costs and less utilization.
Well, nice work.
Well,
That's
hopefully
good.
it'll come out.
I wish the rest of us could do that for the household budget. The second issue I have is the issue was raised that whether we give the raises or not at this point is a legal question. I don't think it's a legal question. I think it's a moral question. We know it's a legal question because of what legislator did, but obviously the teachers here had a contract 3 years ago that assumed certain things, and they stayed here based on that assumption. We are not obligated to follow what the legislator is doing. We can give those raises. And if the likelihood is that we're going to anyway, because we likely are going to either lose this or not want to go all the way through the Supreme Court, I really don't understand the political game of not giving those raises, waiting to see what happens, paying a little bit of legal fee, God knows what that's going to be, to go through arbitration. And if that doesn't work, then we'll sit down and decide if we're going to give raises. I don't get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else?
Sorry, one last point. I think it's unfair to have the school board not allow the town to chime in on whether teachers should get a raise. And I've been trying to figure out a way to allow a vote to occur that would give the school board the sense of this meeting, their sort of marching orders. The only way I can come up with doing it that's in any way meaningful is that I'd like to make a motion that we amend the overall budget by $121,785. Do you want to write that down?
Say that again, please.
$121,785 to cover the cost of the negotiated tentative agreement reached between the board and the BEA. And to urge you, even if this ends up not being legal, to listen to the will of the town if it gets voted in. Now, I don't know if it's going to get voted in. It may get voted out. I may be totally a minority of one here, but I think we need, as a body, to get together and try to decide whether this is something that we want to do as a town. This number represents, I think, 1.2 or 1.25%, which was the negotiated salary increases that, it was my understanding, occurred prior to the negative vote.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the budget by increasing it by $121,785. We would need a second.
Second, that's what I'm here for, is a second.
Okay, thank you. And does someone have the total?
Mr. Moderator, if you'd recognize me, I'd like to speak to my second, please.
Sure, I just want to get the total up
That's
before
fine.
we talk about it. Yeah, so that would bring the total up to $24,945,857, okay? That would be the amendment, and I recognize Mary Beth.
Thank you. My name is Mary Beth Walls. I live at 25 One Stack Drive. I, too, was very surprised when I read in the paper that the school board had not ratified the contract that they negotiated and had chosen not to put it before the town meeting. And in all honesty, I stand here with some reluctance because those members of the board are my friends and they're my neighbors, and I've lived with them in this town a long time. And I really don't enjoy standing here and speaking against them because, as you know, I served in the legislature and I know how hard those jobs are. But I also know that there's a certain way to do it right, and in this case, I don't think it was done right. So when I was asked by my friend Steve Elgert if I would second his motion, I said yes. And I did a little bit of homework on this. And I did the back of the envelope math based on information that was provided by Dwayne on another issue. And by my calculations, the impact on a $300,000 home, if we pass this, is $22. I don't know what you drive, but for me, that's about half a tank of gas. So I would suggest that that is not a particularly onerous burden on any homeowner in this town. We are not talking huge raises for the teachers. We're talking maybe $300 or $400 a year, which is a very small amount of a raise for them. And I would ask you to join in supporting the teachers that work so hard for our children and giving them this token recognition that we recognize that they work hard and we appreciate what they've done. And we also will stand by our word that when we make an agreement with them, we will stand by it. Thank you.
Please.
Julie Jocelyn, Woodhill Road, and I know I'm probably in the minority here, but I do not agree with this at all. I understand that in the grand scheme of things, it is a small amount of money, but the economic times are very hard. People are fighting just to keep working, and we're talking about giving raises. I'm sorry, I work for the state. I have not had a raise in 2 years. I will not be getting a raise anytime in the future. In fact, my department of 20 people is most likely losing their jobs come July. So $22, no, it's not a lot, but at the same time, for those on fixed incomes or have already lost their jobs, it can be a lot. The taxes in this town are already quite high, and yes, we have very good schools, and I do agree that they need to be kept as very good schools, but the taxes in this town are already quite high, and I do not believe in the current economy that raising them any further at all is the right decision to make. Thank you.
Please.
Jim Hoffman, 3 Nathaniel Drive. I'll speak out against this motion advanced by Dr. Elgert, seconded by Mary Beth Waltz. I don't know what's going on here, but last year the school board did a lot of excellent work and due diligence on the number of headcount reduction that was necessary in order to meet their budget plan. And then it was orchestrated so that this body voted to cut that in half. Now, here we have the very same principle at work, where a budget was advanced, negotiated in good faith by our people. They came to a decision within the board after the tentative negotiation was reached. They came back, they said, no, we can't live with that. And that's the budget that our school board agreed upon. I didn't attend very many school board meetings this year, but I did in the 2 prior years. And I know that these people do excellent work. They really take a strain on evaluating all of the information necessary to meet the quality of education goals for the town, and at the same time try to be responsible in the budget management. So the lady that spoke before me, I wholeheartedly agree with her position, and I do speak out against the modification to the budget. It doesn't seem like we're being fair to our school board by having them year after year advance a budget and a plan and then have it orchestrated behind everyone's back in the town to undo the good work of the school board. I speak out for the original budget as submitted by the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
You know, this is a very difficult situation. I appreciate Dr. Elgert and Mary Beth Wall's opinions, but this is not all about money. This is about, we were hit with a $300,000 increase in health insurance costs this year. And we were hit with a similar increase last year. We decided as a board that it was critical for us to get some movement in this area. When Robert and Pansy were in mediation, I was on the road in a snowstorm
driving to get my daughter who was ill. Deb was on her way home or unreachable, and so they weren't able to really get from us where we were on this issue, and they were very clear to the mediator that they might not be able to ratify this. This was not a completely done deal. And, so I think it's, our feeling when we voted no was that negotiations is exactly that. It's a give and a take. And we felt that the board was giving and we weren't receiving anything in exchange. So that was our reasoning for saying no. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Moderator?
Please.
Yes, my name is Raymond Johnson, 110 Knox Road, Bow. I agree with the last two speakers, and I think it's a slap in the face to the school board to make an amendment like this. They're doing their job and looking out for us taxpayers. I know I was in the working world for 50 years, and I'm now retired. I never had raises handed to me because I'd been there a long time. I have been against that type of raise all my life. I don't think anybody should get that kind of raise. If you want to give raises on ability, fine. I agree with those raises. I never was given a raise just because I was there. And it seems to me that they quite often do. Some teachers are much superior to other teachers, yet they don't get any larger raise. And for that reason, I am against this completely. I think the school board did their job. It's unfortunate the way it happened with the two representatives not being able to get hold of the rest of the board, but they knew what that figure was going in. And if they told the negotiator that they might not be able to ratify that, they did their job as well. So I think we should back what our school board did. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
I just wanted to say, one of the things, just a couple points, one of the things that I struggled with, and somebody correct me please if I'm wrong, but I did want to bring this before the voters, but the thing that I struggled with was that it was my understanding that it couldn't come before the voters unless it was approved by the board. And I just have a problem with people who attend meetings like this and they look at the articles and they see, oh, it was approved by the board. The same board that I elected, the same board that I hopefully trust to handle these issues. And if they approved it, then it must be good for us. Even though we may be sitting back here going, please don't vote for this, please don't vote for this. So I struggled with that because I did want to bring it before the voters. This is my personal opinion, so that it could be decided. But then when I learned that we couldn't unless we approved it, well, then that's a different issue for me. And then the second point, really quick, is the numbers that we throw out as far as, 5 cents per thousand, and works out to be $22 or $25, $100. I think the key word there is afford. And affordability isn't something I'm comfortable with defining. And I caution any board that takes a dollar number and decides, yes, that's affordable, or no, it's not. For me, we look at the economy, we look at student enrollment, we look at even things that might be happening in town down the road. And we come upon a budget, and it's best for the students, it's best for the teachers. Yes, we all respect the teachers very much, but it's either an increase or a decrease. And when we looked at the economy, when we looked at what was happening to residents, not just in the town, but in the state and the nation, all of these things combined, we decided that, you know what, giving an increase is something that we don't want to do this year. Because after all, in the end, it wasn't worth it if the people paying the bills are leaving town because they can't afford the bills. That's all I wanted to say, thank you.
Please.
Clarence Barassa, 8 Betty's Lane in Bowl. First, let me start by saying that I'm a member of the State Employees Association. In fact, I'm a counselor with the State Employees Association. But this amendment, as projected up there, does only one thing. It raises the amount. That's it. But according to all the language I hear, I think some of the people talking, or the person who made the motion, is intending that that money be used specifically for the raise for the teachers. Now, the superintendent has laid out a plan of action which is part of their negotiations, what they're going to do, and the process they're going to through. Now, does this amendment amount to a direction to him to forget that? Is this usurping the board's authority to continue with their negotiations the way they are on this issue? Are we taking this out of their hands? What is really the purpose of this? Legally, up there on the board, all it does is increase the budget that they can use. Now, if you want to tie a tail to it as a specific direction to the board to change their negotiation posture, that won't do it.
Thank you.
I would just remind people that this budget was approved by the Budget Committee as well as a unanimous vote. So it was approved by the school board as a unanimous vote. It was approved by the Budget Committee as a unanimous vote. There was no dissension about putting this budget in front of the voters of Bow.
I've been talking to our legal counsel, and I didn't catch the gentleman's name, the last gentleman who spoke. Mr. Barrasso. So I'm going to respond to your question or your statement. And you're absolutely correct. If this is passed, it is advisory to the board. For it to become reality, the following would have to happen. Because it is advisory to the board, if they chose, they don't necessarily have to, but if they chose, would have to go back to the table with the teachers and renegotiate a complete contract. Now, the money is approved in the budget, and there's some direction for the board about where to go. But even if we negotiate that contract, that doesn't end it there. We would have to go to a Superior Court? We would have to petition the Superior Court for a special meeting, and the Superior Court has not been amenable to things other than emergency. Now, could the Superior Court look at this and say the will of the body was to do this, and therefore we should grant Bow a special meeting? Yes, they could. In which case, the renegotiated contract would have to come back to the voters, and the contract in total would have to be approved by the voters there. So I hope that explains the legal part of it for you. Was that?
Faye Johnson, 110 Knox Road. On my behalf, I don't want this meeting to become a thing of against the teachers and not wanting them to have raises or wanting them to have raises, because as far as I'm concerned, that's not the point. I would love to see the teachers have a raise. I'd like to have everybody have a raise. And it's not really whether, and I don't feel whether I can afford it or not afford it. I think the whole issue is the fact that we have a school board to represent us and to negotiate with a contract. Now, this year, it seems to have failed, but I think the board was looking out for our interests and also being considerate of the teachers. I hope negotiations continue and that eventually something can be benefited the teachers. However, I support the school board, and I'm hoping the rest of you will too, and not on the basis of liking teachers or disliking teachers, but simply because they're our school board, and we have to give them the authority to do the negotiation, or the next time it comes around, they've lost all their power to do so.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Tom Fagan, 29 Brown Hill Road. I think the contract has already been negotiated. And either it was negotiated in good faith by appointees from the school board, it was not. And I think it is absolutely atrocious that you abrogate an agreement. Now, we can afford $26 on our tax rate, and I think it is prudent on the taxpayers of Bow to approve this amendment. There is such a thing as a moral commitment, and this is a moral commitment that was abrogated. And I disagree that we should go back to the original budget as presented.
Thank you. Clarence Brass at 8 Betty's Lane. In light of the explanation from the superintendent, which I agree, I want to support the effort of the board, and I would recommend that we not vote, not approve this amendment. And seeing no one else at the microphone, sir, I would respectfully call the question.
Okay, so I see no one else at the microphones, and we usually vote on calling the question, but since there's no one else wishing to speak, we'll go right to a vote. The motion before the meeting is the amendment of warrant article number 2 to increase the number as presented above you. Is everyone clear that we're voting on the amendment? So I will call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by raising your hand with your wristband on it. All those, okay, please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands with the wristband. And this is way too close to call for me. So we're going to count this, and if you give me 1 second to organize. Huh? Well, we're going to do this by a standing counted vote, okay? Harry, if you could take the back left. Peter Imsey, do you mind taking this section? Eric, you got the middle. Sherry, could you do this section? Yeah. My son walked off. No, hang on 1 second. And then, Rick, you're in the middle. Okay, and the folks who are voters in the back right section, you need to move over into a voting section, because that's actually a non-voting section. So.
Point of order. You have 5 members of the meeting who request the ballot vote.
Okay.
And they're present.
So.
I am one.
Okay, so you. No, I didn't call the vote, so I'm gonna count it.
What do we want to do?
Okay, so we're going to do this by a counting vote, and then, okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand and remain standing. You had that second?
Good stuff.
All right. So all those opposed, please signify by standing. No comment. Okay, you can sit down, please. Thank you. Um, 73 voted in the affirmative, 76 in the negative. The amendment fails, and I so declare it. Warrant number 2, warrant article number 2 is still open for debate and discussion. Do I have anybody wishing to speak to Article 2? Okay, seeing none, once I find my place back in my book here, I'm going to call the vote on Article 2. All those in favor of Article 2, please raise your hand with your wristband on it. Please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand with the wristband. It is a vote in the affirmative. Article 2 passes, and I so declare it. Article 3.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Moderator, I'm Bruce Fosberg, Poor Richards Drive. I would like to make a motion to restrict, come on. To restrict consideration of Article 2 in accordance with New Hampshire RSA 40:10.
Got it. So we've had a motion to restrict reconsideration. That means that this meeting tonight could not reconsider Article 2 if the motion passes. We would have to reconsider it at a later date. I believe it's 7 days hence. So do I have a second on that motion? Second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, the ayes have it. The motion to restrict reconsideration passes. Okay, we're on to Article 3. To see if the school district will vote to discontinue the new school construction and additionals capital reserve fund created in March 1998. Said funds with accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district general fund. The balance is $505,000, $393. It's recommended by the school board, recommended by the budget committee by unanimous votes. And do I have a motion?
I'd like to move Article 3.
And a second? Second. And I will recognize Pansy.
Mr. Moderator, would it be all right if I spoke to both Article 3 and 4 simultaneously? Okay. Article 3 is with respect to a capital reserve fund that in 1998, if anybody remembers back that far, the high school had just opened, the elementary school was breaking open at the seams, and so was the middle school. And the board felt it important at that time to start putting money aside in the event that we might have to build an additional school. As our enrollment has been decreasing over the last few years, we don't see the need for a new building anytime in the near future, and felt that for $500,000 to be sitting in the bank waiting for a purpose that we could not see coming was not a great use of that money. We had two options. One, to ask you to change the purpose of the reserve fund so that we could do something else with it, or we could close this fund and contribute the money into an existing fund for the renovations of the existing buildings. We did it in two warrant articles because really conceptually this fund needs to be closed. When this fund, if this vote is in the affirmative and this fund is closed, all the money just will essentially be applied back to your taxes. In the next article, for Article 4, we tried to recognize that the elementary school was built somewhere around 1978 and is coming into its age and needs renovations sometime in the next 5 to 10 years. We will need a new roof, we need some other things. We're beginning to start to do engineering studies about what absolutely needs to be done to the school and in what kind of time order. Recognizing that that is coming sometime in the next 5 to 10 years, we would like to have some money in the capital reserve fund to begin to address those things. However, it was important that this body had the opportunity to determine whether you wanted all of that money back to help defray the cost of your taxes or to put some of that money back into a capital reserve fund for future use. They all have different tax impacts, and I would let Dwayne speak to how much any of them cost. I do have a little cheat sheet if there are direct questions about it. But the concept is that if we take all this money and approve this warrant article, then we will return the money back to the general fund, meaning the unexpended funds at the end of the year that would go towards your tax bill. And it would reduce your tax bill by 45 cents per thousand if it was approved. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone would like to speak to Article 3? Okay, heading to the door. Yep. All right, so we're going to vote on Article 3. All those in favor of Article 3, please signify by raising your hand. Please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. The ayes have it, is a vote in the affirmative, and Article 3 is adopted. Article 4, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $250,000 to be added to the Bow School District Capital Reserve Fund created in March 1992. The sum to come from the June 30, 2011 fund balance available for transfer on July 1, 2011. No amount to be raised from taxation. This is recommended by the school board and the budget committee. This budget committee supported this 6-1. The school board was unanimous. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move Article 4.
Article 4 has been moved and seconded, and I will recognize Pansy for discussion.
So again, the point of this is to put some of the money that we just took and put back into the general fund, to take that out of the general fund again and add it into the capital reserve for future renovations to the elementary school. This does have the effect of ameliorating future budgets. Once we know how much it's going to cost, we're going to have to start building up the capital reserve fund at that time. So to even out the tax bills in the future, it would be nice to be able to put this $250,000 in. On the other hand, if you feel very strongly that it's something that we don't need to do this year, then you would vote against it. So.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes, please.
George Edwards, 171 Woodhill Hooksett Road. I'm wondering if there's been any consideration of putting the entire amount into a capital reserve to help rehabilitate the buildings, given the fact that over the years, it seems to me that we have underfunded these funds, and we do have aging buildings. I also see that with budgets, it's sometimes not advantageous to have unanticipated revenues like this that can't be duplicated in future years because of the fact that it spikes the budget. So I guess I would like to hear from both the Budget Committee and from the school board on your rationale for not putting the entire amount into capital reserve. Thank you.
Yeah, the boss.
On behalf of the Budget Committee, the vote was 6-1, and the reason we supported this was we felt it was a reasonable compromise. You recall at the outset there were comments made that the school board was endeavoring to pass a budget that would be tax neutral or less than tax neutral. In other words, it wouldn't increase our taxes. And because there was a perceived reduction in revenue, we had to put more money, we had to put some amount of money back to the unreserved fund balance, which would be $250,000. So if all of this money were to go into another capital reserve fund, that means that the budget being proposed would no longer be tax neutral or better than tax neutral from a taxpayer point of view. So that was the thinking of the Budget Committee, was that this was a reasonable compromise. It did put some money aside, and we respected the fact that the school board had come up with the idea of identifying a source of funding to help the budget be better than break even. The one other thing I'll point out, just from an informational point of view, is that at the time the vote was taken, it was February 8th before the state budget issues arose, but the Budget Committee vote is in fact 6-1 as presented there.
Mr. Moderator, I'll respond for the board. We did also go through the discussion process of whether we wanted to put all of it into a capital reserve fund. And as Mr. Lagos mentioned, we were struggling with how are we going to make this budget tax neutral with reduced revenues. By revenues, I mean some of the money that we get reimbursed by from the state, such as for catastrophic aid, which addresses special education, and also the adequate education grant is determined by the numbers of students that you have. With our decreased enrollment, we were expecting fewer dollars back from the state. So even though our budget is at a certain level, we also expect revenues from the state that help us reduce the amount of taxes. If the revenues end up being less, that means our taxes go up. So in order to accommodate the reduction in the revenues, we thought that this might be a one-time source for funds to keep our budget tax neutral. That said, it's up to this body whether they want to amend this article to reflect, a total deposit, of the entire amount into the capital reserve for renovations, or if they, again, would like to keep it or amend that dollar amount in any way. If you lower the amount, it means your taxes will be lower. If you increase the amount, it means your taxes will be higher. So, we were of the mind that this body could make that decision through amendments, and that we would set the starting point by recommending the 250.
Bob Berry from 8 Kelso Drive. I've got two questions. Is there a balance in this fund before we do this?
Yes.
While you're looking, I'll ask my second question. On page S41 at the top, it talks about some indebtedness, bonded indebtedness. For the next 5 years, it looks like we started about 1.4 million and go down to 1.17. After that, it says thereafter, about 3.5 million still outstanding. Is that in 1 year, or is that spread out over, 15 years or something like that? And if so, where do we start at approximately?
Okay. Good questions. The page that you're on right now, S41, at the bottom of that are all the trust fund and capital reserve balances that the district has. So the particular fund that this $250,000 would go into is the top fund that was created in 1992 that has a balance of $10,000. People may remember when we did the Bow Memorial School renovation, we used almost all of that fund, along with some other capital reserve funds, to pay for the plans, the architect fees, and some of the costs of the project as well. So that's why that fund has a low balance. In terms of your other question, that includes 2 bond issues in each of those lines. The high school bond, which ends in 2016-17, which is the much bigger bond of the 2, and there's a Memorial School renovation bond that ends in 2024, 8, or it's farther into the future, so that thereafter is spread out over a number of years. One of the things that we've talked about at the board level is the 2016-17 fiscal year, where the high school bond comes off. That is a pretty significant, it's an $805,000 principal payment with interest as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think the other thing we looked at as board members was what is the need, what is the likely need to do major repairs on our buildings. And we had some estimates on roofs and those sorts of things that we heard about, and we thought 250 would cover any repairs that we see in the immediate foreseeable future. In fact, we probably wouldn't use it for a while. So we thought that was an adequate amount to cover any unanticipated repairs we might have.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Fawad Afshar again at One Hidden Forest. Is this $505,000 accounted for in the budget currently? Is it paying for anything? Is it sort of free-floating money right now? We don't know what to do with it.
It's a savings account.
It's a savings account. So you're telling the teachers that you don't have money to negotiate and give them the raises they've asked for and they're contracted. But you're also telling us you do have the money to put into buildings, brick and mortar. Is that your priority, brick and mortar over human resource?
We cannot use capital reserve funds to pay teachers.
But you just put it into general fund.
We didn't, no, we haven't yet. Well, we did. I guess yes, we did. Okay, this body has voted to put it into the general fund. That doesn't, we can't spend it.
No, I understand, but if the vote passes that it's in general funds, you now have $505,000 sitting in the general funds.
No.
You do not?
No.
What do you
It
have?
goes to the year-end balance, which is applied to the tax rate. It goes to defray your taxes. It's not for us to spend. We can't spend the money that we just took out of the capital
So
reserve.
either way, that is not for the school district to spend,
Correct.
except on capital expenditures.
If you approve it, you get to vote whether we are going to expend it on capital or not. We can't make that decision as a board.
Then maybe I'm not understanding Article 4 correctly. Are you saying you want to give back 250 roughly thousand of it to the taxpayers and keep 250,000 of it for
Yes.
capital expenditures?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, I'm Sarah Swenson from 2 Poor Richards Drive. And Pansy, when you were explaining where the $250,000 was going to go in the capital reserve account, it doesn't say anything about the elementary school in that article. It just says simply that it's going to go into a capital reserve account.
The capital reserve fund is the one for maintenance of the Bow School District schools. Because it was established before the high school was built, it can address only the elementary and the middle schools. The middle school has just been through a major renovation and does not need any work. So
Okay.
that fund would then be able to address the elementary school requirements.
So I just didn't want
Yeah.
people to get the misconception that it was going.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yeah, Arthur Cunningham, 8 Heather Lane. I would like to propose an amendment to this article to specifically state the name and identity of the fund that this money is going into, because I think there might be confusion down the road. I know when we look back at votes the town took, sometimes there is confusion about what they meant. So if somebody could give me the name.
It does. It says the Bow School District Capital Reserve Fund. That is the name of the fund.
Is that the name?
That
Is
is
that
the
the
name of
only
the
fund
fund,
by that
yes.
name? Okay, as long as it's clear, that's what I want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Harold Judd. I live at 25 One Stack Drive. The capital reserve fund that we just terminated held monies that we have collected for 12 years for the purpose of putting into the physical plants of these schools. And now we're being told that you want to spend the savings account. It was a savings account by all definitions. And now you're saying that because times are tough, we're going to take those monies and you want to spend it to potentially reduce taxes rather than putting it to the purpose for which it was originally intended, which was to deal with the physical plants.
Well, that's not strictly true, if I may interrupt. To deal, it was specifically to build new buildings,
Which
as
it-
opposed to putting into the existing physical plant.
Well, that's fine, Pansy, but it's still physical plant that it was intended for. So for 12 years, we came here as a body, as a town, and said, we're going to have a savings account to plan for the future needs of this community, the future needs of the school district, to have the physical plant that we need when we need it. And what you've asked us now to do is to take over half of the money and spend it and put the other half into a reserve for repairs, with the understanding that we're not likely to have to build new school buildings in the foreseeable future. So I think it's inappropriate. We put the money aside for physical plant. I think it's inappropriate to say now we're going to spend the money. So I rise to make a motion that we amend this warrant, Article number 4, to change the dollar amount from $250 to $505,393.30.
So the motion is to amend it, to increase it to $505,343.30.
Sir, 93 is the same amount that is shown on page...
S41. Right.
Mr. Moderator?
Okay, so, did you get the second? The motion's been made. Who made the second? There we go.
Mr. Moderator, could I speak to this motion?
So, what do you want the mic?
Go ahead and speak.
Okay,
We may have
yes.
a point of clarification.
Please.
Yes. I'd like to just point out respectfully to our newly re-elected selectman, or chairman of the select board, I should say, that this was not just a case of wanting to repurpose $250,000 out of the $500,000 to be reduced, but in fact it was driven in the first place by an enrollment decline as much as anything. So if we take that into account, Harry, then I think it puts a totally different light on it. It's not just repurposing $250,000 or $500,000. It's something that's being driven by a declining enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Julia Jocelyn, Woodhill Road. I just want to understand if this is approved. You said when we were talking about the 505 in the prior article that it was about a 45-cent difference per thousand if none of the money got used, and that so the 250 would have been basically tax neutral. So by adding this extra money to this, we're talking about basically a 25-cent per thousand raise in taxes. Is that correct?
Lane?
Yeah, roughly, yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
I just want just one point of clarification on Selectman Judd's amendment. The balance that, the $505,000 balance is the 12/31 balance. So there's going to be some amount of accumulated interest from 12/31 to whenever the account was closed. So I want to make sure that if the intent is that it's all of the money that's in that account, it should actually have with accumulated interest, if that was okay to add to that. I don't know if that's out of line or not, but.
Thank you for the clarification. That was the intent, that we keep the monies in the savings account. Thank you.
So, with your permission, and the permission of the second, we will add the words "with accumulated interest." Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Paul Alfano, 10 Ogden Drive. I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment. I appreciate the effort of the school board to present us with a balance, with a budget that doesn't cause the taxes to go up. In fact, goes down a little bit. But I think this is prudent, and it's a modest increase, and so I would urge your support. Thank you.
Please.
Jim Hoffman, 3 Nathaniel Drive. I would like to speak vigorously against this motion. Please turn this down. This is not another tax and spend exercise. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Don Berube, 27 River Road. I'd like to speak against this motion to change this. 12 years ago, when we started this fund, was about when I moved this town, and things were growing, and it was great to save for a new school. I'm glad that we don't need to build another new school. And fixing and repairing what we have definitely costs less than building a new one. And everybody knows we could, this is a good year to have no tax increase. So I'm speaking against this, and I'm glad to see that we are taking some of this money for repair. I like what the school board has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Bruce Fosberg, 4 Richards Drive. For those of us that attended the town meeting on Wednesday night, the Board of Selectmen sat there before the town as part of their sales presentation to approve the town budget. They adamantly kept on referring to the school budget and to zero growth and to zero increases along the way. For those people that were here on Wednesday night, this is kind of a slap in the face because they believed the selectmen at that time. Thank you.
Okay. We're speaking to the amendment on Article 4. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? Okay, so seeing no one before the microphones, I'll call a vote on the amendment to Article 4. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand with your wristband. Please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand with the wristband. It is a vote in the negative, and I so declare it, the amendment fails. Article 4, as originally written, is before this body. Would anyone like to speak to it? If not, I'll call the question on Article 4. All those in favor of Article 4, please raise your hand with the wristband. Please lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. The ayes have it as a vote in the affirmative, and Article 4 passes. There being no other business on the warrant, does anyone have any agenda before this meeting? Yes, please. Okay, so this is a question of what's the process or what's the procedure of, what's the purpose and what's the effect of a motion to restrict reconsideration. This is a living, breathing body that continues until the meeting is over. So at this point, it would be possible for someone to ask for reconsideration of Article 2. But since it's been restricted, the law requires that we couldn't do that tonight, would have to reconvene the meeting at a date with later than 7 days from tonight, so that folks who left and hadn't been around for the reconsideration would have a chance to come back and vote on it again. It's not, because it's been restricted, no one's made that motion, so we're done with that. Cool. I think. Go ahead.
Jim Kaufman, Bo, 4 Wheeler Road. I just want to do something that I did last year. Bo High School boys basketball team is in the state finals for only the second time in the 14-year history of the school. I hope they heard that. And the championship final is at Southern New Hampshire University at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. $5 for students and senior citizens, $7 for the rest of us. And we're playing Summersworth. They'll bring a lot of people. I hope many of you, I know some of you will be there. I've seen you there. I hope we all come and show great community spirit for the town of Bow. Thank you.
Sarah Swenson, I just wanted to let people know we have over 6,000 registered voters, and we had 168 voters here tonight.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor, please signify by standing up and leaving.
In the presentation by Mr. Anderson, he indicated it'll be based on classification of houses. So it's more of an information question, Eric. What classifications of houses will be reevaluated at this time? And with that, let's say there's 5 tiers of evaluation and it's level 3. And if those values go down significantly because of the market conditions today, how does that affect the other classifications that aren't going to be reevaluated at this time?
When Selectman Anderson referred to classes of property, he was referring to the classifications used by assessors, residential being one class, commercial another, manufactured housing, industrial, vacant. Those are the classes of property. So if 20% of the residences are valued, are visited and actually inspected every year, those will be a cross-section of all the various types of residences that are in the town. And when we say the value will be extrapolated to those that weren't visited, it's based on comparable houses, just exactly as it was in the old once every 5 years. We think this is a much more fair system because every one of you has been a victim of the spiking when the residential property values soared far out of proportion to what every other class of property did, commercial, industrial, what have you. And you've all got the tax bills to prove it. But it was a nasty surprise to you because Bow went 9 years without a reval and then 5 while residential real estate was soaring out of sight. But now that they'll be adjusted every year, they will more accurately reflect what's going on in the real estate market every year. I fully expect when we get the new values for this past year that you'll all see that the value went down since that's what the market has done. It doesn't necessarily mean your tax bill goes down, although the way we've got this designed, I can say it will on the municipal rate.
So again, this is just information just so I can close off what I think you said, Jim. It's going to be 20% of each classification that's going to be reevaluated and then extrapolated across everyone, or is there going to be just one of the classification areas, municipal or something?
No, every class of property will have a portion of those properties visited every year.
Thanks, that's what I want.
I'm sorry, I could have given you a much shorter answer, couldn't I?
Okay, Article 13, any other comments? I don't see any voters, so we will take a vote. Article 13 relative to cycled property valuation. All those in favor of the article as it appears on the warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, and the article passes. Before we go on the next one, just a little interlude here. I appreciate using the cards here. It seems to be a lot easier for me than doing voice votes and differentiating between who's shouting loud enough. Or is it working for you folks as voters as well? Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, Article 14, we're on a roll here. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $48,500 to be added to the Municipal Buildings and Grounds Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Is there a motion to adopt this article? And a second? We have a motion and a second, and Selectman Chris will introduce that to us.
Thank you, Peter. As the article indicates, this is a contribution to the Municipal Buildings and Grounds Capital Reserve Fund, which accrues funds on an annual basis for repairing existing facilities and fixtures here in the town. It is currently accruing for projects shown on the slide that is above you right now. The total cost of these items is estimated to be $778,000, with the 2009 contribution to the fund calculated at $48,500. This contribution that we're proposing to you tonight was reduced from $111,000 by deferring for a longer period the finishing of the basement at the Baker Free Library, and by making minor repairs to the community center floor rather than fully replacing that floor. Those of you who spend much time over there, I'm sure, are aware of the condition of that floor. The estimated tax rate impact of this warrant article is 4 cents per $1,000 or $4 per $100,000 of valuation.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wish to be heard on this article? All right. I don't see anyone coming to the microphone, so we will take a vote. All those in favor of Article 14 as it appears in the town warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you. And all those opposed? The article passes. Next article is Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,000 to be added to the Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Is there a motion to adopt this article? Yep. A motion and a second? Okay, we have a motion and second on Article 15. Selectman Kennison.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The rationale is very similar to that just repeated by Jack. And the funds are accrued to the Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund for the replacement of the items which I believe you now see on the slide. The number of items, again, are valued out at approximately $341,600, with the annual contribution to the fund calculated on the life of those items to be $42,000, and thus the request. It should be noted the accrual to replace 26 breathing apparatus is scheduled for 2019. This is for the eventual replacement of the new apparatus purchased this year with the assistance of a Homeland Security grant. And we certainly are indebted to Lee Kimball and the others of the fire department who successfully secured that nearly $200,000 grant to replace those items. And those of you who attended last year's town meeting will remember a great deal of discussion and some agonizing discussion about replacing those. So that is the request, and the estimated tax rate impact of this article is 3 cents per thousand or $3 per $100,000 of value. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? Okay, very good. We'll take a vote again. All those in favor of Article 15 as it appears in the warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? This is getting easier as the night goes on. Thank you very much. The article passes. Next article is Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,000 to be added to the Fire Truck Capital Reserve Fund previously established, and to confirm that the purpose of this fund includes the purchase and replacement of fire department vehicles with truck chassis, including pumper trucks, ladder trucks, tanker trucks, forestry trucks, rescue trucks, and ambulances. Is there a motion to adopt this article? There's a motion and a second. We have a motion and second to adopt Article 16, and Selectman Kennison will introduce this article to us.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This continues the rationale of the previous two articles for the fire, in this case, the Fire Truck Capital Reserve Fund, accruing funds to purchase and replace the fire department apparatus. This fund is currently accruing toward the purchase of the vehicles listed on the slide. You'll notice some of them are new and won't be replaced for 25 or 30 years, and others will be before town meeting sooner than that. The total cost of the vehicles listed is estimated to be $2,455,000, and the balance in this fund at the end of fiscal year is approximately $785,000. A pumper and a rescue truck were purchased from this fund this year. The clarifying language as to the purpose of the Capital Reserve Fund has been added at the request of the New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration, which has asked that voters confirm that the purpose of this fund includes both additions and replacements, and that the term fire trucks includes not only pumpers and tankers, but rescue trucks, ambulances, forestry trucks, ladder trucks, or any other fire department vehicles constructed on truck chassis. Bureaucratic, but we should comply. The tax rate impact of this warrant article is 3 cents per thousand of valuation, or $3 per $100,000 of value. Thank you.
Okay. Article 16, I see a voter at this microphone. I'll recognize him.
Dave Martin, 31 Heidi Lane, and this is just another informational question. If you could put up the roster of equipment that this addresses. 2 questions. It addresses a 1998 ambulance, which was addressed in a different article, and I'm wondering why the replacement of this equipment wasn't addressed as part of this article. And then secondly, it talks about a ladder truck, and since there is not a ladder truck, I guess this is going to reserving money for the potential purchase of a ladder truck as a possibility. And those are my 2 questions. I should have asked them separately.
Can I respond? With respect to your question about the ambulance, there was a question asked about why the ambulance was added to the CIP in 2006, which was the question that I was trying to respond to, and the question I think related to why there wasn't enough money in the CIP to cover this at this time. And so what you're seeing there is in 2006 the committee and ultimately the town voted to add the ambulance to the CIP. There's not enough money there to deal with this, and that's why we have taken it from the General Reserve Fund instead. With respect to your other question, which was
Tell you what,
the ladder truck.
save the ladder truck,
Yeah.
and we'll go back.
Yeah, I guess.
And I guess the question is, when you said there wasn't enough money in this fund for the replacement of the 1998 ambulance.
Right.
I thought there was $700,000 presently in this fund.
There's money existing in this fund to deal with the replacement of all this particular equipment.
Correct.
So, pardon me?
That's what I'm saying.
On the schedule of that equipment.
Correct.
So essentially, if you take money from this fund to buy the ambulance, you're taking it from other equipment that is on a schedule to be replaced.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is it's in this appropriation already. If there's $700,000 in this fund, and the CIP in 2006 added this 1998 ambulance, which I have no problem with one way or another, why is it not? I guess maybe that's a question for some other time. But
the answer to your question is just exactly what I said. That money that is there is for other equipment.
So it's not for the 1998 ambulance.
There is a very modest amount that's accrued over the last 2 years for the ambulance, $10,000, $15,000. I'm guessing, but there is a fixed amount on a schedule that is set aside for each piece of equipment.
Okay.
If you take 100 and
I understand. So if there's $10,000 or $12,000 associated in this fund, then that money's coming out along with the money out of the general fund to pay for the new ambulance. If the 1998 ambulance is addressed in this fund and there's 10,000 and there's $1.50 in there, if that money isn't spent out of this fund for that, it has to be reappropriated to another piece of equipment. Is that correct?
I think what'll happen to it is it's accruing so that at some point in the future, 10 years from now or 11 years from now, when we need to replace one of the ambulances, there will be money there, so we can just take it out of the fund and use it to buy that ambulance.
So it'll have to be redirected from that 1998 ambulance.
That's correct.
So it's going to be sitting in the fund and accruing money for something that's already been replaced by another article.
The ambulance we voted for tonight
Correct.
needs to be replaced in about 10 or 11 years. This is part of doing that.
No, the one we're replacing is the backup, the 1998 ambulance.
We are setting aside money to replace both, including the one that you've approved tonight.
Well, the one we approved tonight is a 2009 ambulance. Or are we buying another 1998 ambulance?
No, you're right, and the next time you see the equipment list, it's not gonna say 1998, it will say 2009.
Correct.
We just didn't have a way to identify it up till this point.
But what I'm saying is, and this is an appropriated budget that has certain items that gets money accrued to it, and I understand that. So if there's $9,000 appropriated to a 1998 ambulance that we approved to replace tonight, why wasn't that money taken out along with the $87,000 or $85,000 from the general fund and then reduce the general taxation? If we're reserving money for a 1998 ambulance, which I have no problem replacing, why isn't that money being used as part of the article before?
One of the members of the Budget Committee asked for an opportunity to speak on this, and maybe he'll have an answer to that question. I'll recognize him.
Yeah, Rick Highland. The 1998 ambulance, when it was replaced in 2005, was taken out of the CIP. It mysteriously got put back in this year. Yes.
I thought he was going to clarify it. Yeah, okay. If you want to use a mic, Dana, why don't you come over? You can come over, either use the table or you can use this portable mic.
Dana Abbott, Fire Chief. Just like to correct one point that Rick just made. The 1998 ambulance does show in the 2006 capital replacement program. There is money that was put away for that. If you look on page 21 of the 2006 town report.
So I guess my question is, if there's money set aside, why isn't that money being used as part of the ambulance that's being replaced? Instead of saying, well, we've got that money now. Well, since we replace it in another article, we'll just take that money and use it someplace else. If part of this capital reserve fund is to appropriate money in advance, if it's appropriated, it should be used to pay down that particular piece of equipment. Otherwise, it's considered a slush fund. We move it around.
That certainly is not a correct statement. The capital reserve fund annual contributions calculated just the way I described earlier. We take the total cost of all the equipment that fund is intended to replace when the time comes, or a planned expansion purchase at some point in the future. And the estimated life of the equipment is calculated into that, and the finance director decides how much money needs to go into that fund every year to support that entire program. The specific item of equipment has no money attached to it until town meeting votes to appropriate it out of the fund to pay for the equipment.
Okay, then my question is, why wasn't the money that was set aside for the 1998 ambulance replacement part of the overall article to replace it.
I think the answer is that the effect of the amount that's being voted on today, or proposed today, the $42,000 contribution here, is down to $42,000 because we have this money in the fund and therefore do not require as much as we otherwise would in order to start again with a new ambulance that we'll need to replace in 10 or 11 years.
Well, and if that's the case, then I think it's appropriate that it be talked about in that case that because we did not use that money, the overall amount being requested is this. It makes the appearance, and Leon pointed it out earlier, that what are we paying for it now, or are we paying for it later? And if it's addressed in one piece of capital reserve equipment, why not use that money as part of the overall appropriation to keep it consistent?
Let me just say, it was my point earlier, and the point I was trying to make was that the money for the new ambulance had no money coming out of capital reserve. If, in fact, we accrued that money since 2006, it was my feeling, and why I voted against it, that there should be some money there to offset that instead of just taxing. That's the point. If there is no money there and we didn't accrue it, then let's say we didn't put it in the capital improvement. But one of those two things is true and the other is false. I don't know which it is.
I'm going to recognize the voter at this microphone. Recognize Selectman Judd.
Hi, Leon Schwartz, Deer Run Road and Bow. Again, I need a clarification because I heard two very different statements from the same person, and I'm very hesitant to say it just like that because of the sharp tongues, and it's not accusatory. I'm just concerned about what I'm hearing two different messages. I heard that on the list of, in the beginning of the conversation, I heard on this list, items are accrued per line item. And then I heard later in the conversation that it's not accrued per line item. I am deeply concerned. I also heard in another article that, and I'm all for the ambulance, and I voted for it, and I'm hoping I never need it, but I heard one person up there say it can't be manned. I understood it could be manned part-time, and then I hear the firefighters, which I happen to know is true, is they can man the thing. So I'm hearing two different messages out of you guys, and I'm really confused and concerned by it. So I'll stay to this one, and I'll ask this. Earlier you said, when the question was asked, it's reserved per line item, and if that is true, there is money reserved for a 1998 ambulance. Is that true or not true? Because you said it two different ways. See that, or I'm confusing everybody.
Well, Peter, if I might.
Yes, I'm
somebody want
confusing
to
you all.
answer his question first?
Sorry.
And here you can make your point.
You see the items that are listed on, I believe, the slide, and those are the items we're accruing money for. We did not pull it out of this article to use it earlier because we felt that we would reduce the request for this article by keeping the money here and asking for it as we did earlier for the ambulance replacement. But next year, you will not see a 98 ambulance, you will see one for 2010 replacement, but the same number of ambulances. Is that your question?
Okay, the only way that money would be specifically earmarked for the 1998 ambulance is if there were a separate capital reserve fund for 1998 ambulance. Now, I could keep us all here for 15 minutes telling you why it's a terrible idea to do that, and that's why we aren't doing it. And I can show you how it saves you a lot of money to do it the way we're doing it. But the money is earmarked to replace the fire trucks. It can't be used for any other purpose but to replace fire trucks. But it's not earmarked by specific pumper, specific engine, specific ambulance. That would require separate capital reserve funds for every one of those vehicles, and you would pay a lot more in taxes if it were done that way.
Okay, so then we have a reserve that we decided not to use for that particular article.
I couldn't hear you if that was addressed to me.
So we have a reserve of about $700,000 that we just decided not to use for what we described we were gonna use it for, is that correct? I'll take that as a yes. No, I'll take that as a no, because I see the moderator saying no, so I'm gonna take an answer, because I'm getting two different answers out of you.
Well, no, you aren't. This is the board you want to listen to for the responses on this, okay? And just like at the meetings you attended earlier, while some people in the audience might have made some statements, those aren't the people that have the authoritative voice on it. Now, this, as I just tried to explain, is accruing funding for replacement of what is called the 98 ambulance. We decided not to pull funding out of this particular reserve to buy that ambulance that we voted on earlier. This will still accrue, and we just don't have to now appropriate as much into this reserve to meet our target dates when these become replaceable.
Thank you.
I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Mark Bernal, Pepin Drive. I guess I understand what we did, and I know how we got there, and the appearance is a total bit of a shell game. I don't have an issue with the $42,000, frankly. I think it's a bargain, given the amount of equipment that we have and the importance that we have. I guess I'm concerned with the appearance of it all. But I do have a question. You indicated there was $2,455,000 worth of equipment and replacement equipment, I think was the number, 2,000,000-something 55,000 anyway. Of that, there's a ladder truck, which was indicated earlier. How much of that 2.4 million do we assume the ladder truck is going to be? And assuming we get a ladder truck, where are we going to put it?
That is about $600,000. That is to be determined whether it be a ladder truck or some other type of heavy-duty engine. The determination will be certainly made at the fire department level, go to the manager, the selectmen, the budget committee, and then to the town meeting at some future date. And your question is a good one, and if we had one today, it probably would have to sit outside under a top, and none of us would vote for that.
Again, I don't have an issue, and I will vote for the $42,000. I just thought it was important that it just looked a little squirrely, that's all.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Yes, Jim Hoffman. To Mr. Martin's point earlier, and to all of the other speakers who have spoken to this issue of the accrual, you have a capital reserve fund. It's good business practice, but unfortunately, you chose not to apply any of this capital reserve fund, not even the small tranche that might have been accruing for this now famous 1998 ambulance. So I move that you strike the funding plan for the ambulance the way it exists today, the one that has been approved, and that the method of funding, as a new motion, that the method of funding be established as taking all of the money for this new ambulance to replace the backup hand-me-down support, and that we use that capital reserve fund to fund all $170,000. That's my motion.
All right, well, that article is an article we already addressed. We passed, we've acted on it already, so it's too late to make.
Oh, it's too. I'm not trying to affect the purchase of the $170,000. Only the method of funding, sir.
Well, it's too late to do that. Is why if you were going to make that motion, the time to do it was when we were dealing with that article. The only way to bring that up, and I'm reluctant to suggest this, but would be to have a successful motion to reconsider, and then we could come back in a couple of weeks and reconsider that article related to the ambulance. Because we restricted reconsideration of it, we can't do it tonight.
I'll become much more active in attending the budget committee meetings and all of the select meetings. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Marge Welch, 44 Bow Center Road. Thank you, Leon, for defining that ladder truck, because I was getting very nervous about that, wondering where we would put such a huge item if we do say we want to have it in this town. So I'm glad that this is kind of on hold temporarily until we really get into this at perhaps another voting time. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and I think, Marge, that as you are a faithful attender at Selectmen and Budget Committee meetings.
Oh, thank you so much.
You've heard me say this on a number of occasions, so it shouldn't be surprising.
Well, that is very true. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is Article 16. And you want to speak on it?
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, regarding the 1998 ambulance, could we get an explanation from the finance director that he gave to the budget committee, please?
Does the finance director understand the question? I'm not sure I do. What exactly are you looking for him to explain?
To explain how the 1998 ambulance mysteriously got back into the CIP.
Well, we can probably answer the question. The question is whether or not the finance director has information or can answer the question of how or when the ambulance was included in the capital reserve plan.
I can repeat what I mentioned to the Budget Committee. My understanding that there were not two ambulances in the previous capital improvement plan. This past CIP was the first one to do so. And that was my idea, because I had a fixed asset inventory, and I saw we had two ambulances. So two ambulances went into the capital improvement plan. But you should know that it's my understanding in the past that we used to fund the purchase of an ambulance over a period of 5 years, because that's our estimated useful life of an ambulance. But now, with two ambulances, we now have an estimated useful life and a financing life of 10 years. So there is no additional cost, because if we didn't have the second ambulance, we would be paying the same amount of money. You'd be buying the ambulance every 5 years instead of every 10 years. So that's, I believe, what I told the Budget Committee, for what it's worth.
Okay, Article 16 again, relative to the fire truck capital reserve fund. Looks like we have a voter at this microphone.
Move to
Recognize it.
question.
Yeah, okay. I always like it when people move the question when nobody else is left, so that's great. We will take a vote at this point in time, since there is nobody else at the microphones. It's Article 16, relative to the fire truck capital reserve. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, all those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the ayes have it, the article passes. Okay, Article 17. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 to purchase for the fire department an air compressor and other equipment to be used in filling self-contained breathing apparatus tanks, to authorize the withdrawal of up to $16,000 from the fire department air compressor capital reserve fund, and up to $24,000 from the unreserved capital fund, the unreserved fund balance of the general fund for this purpose, and to discontinue the fire department air compressor capital reserve fund established in 1996, and transfer any remaining balance in said fund, including accumulated interest, to the general fund. Is there a motion to adopt this article? Okay, motion made, and is there a second? And second, to adopt Article 17. And I understand both that Selectman Tom Keene will introduce this to us, but also that the fire chief has an amendment to offer, and so I will recognize the fire chief as the first speaker after the selectmen have introduced this article. So, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, after, well, it'll actually change what I read here, so you
Yeah,
want to do
well,
yours first?
if you folks have it worked out differently, that's fine. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to be efficient here.
You want to make your amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to amend the motion to read appropriate the sum of $30,000, and then reducing the $24,000 from unreserved fund balance to $14,000.
Okay, well, there's been a motion made and seconded, as you heard, to reduce the appropriation amount in this article from $40,000 to $30,000, and then to reduce the withdrawal from the unreserved fund balance from $24,000 to $14,000. So at this point in time, we will we would typically address the amendment. It may be difficult for people to address the amendment where we haven't had the article explained, but since the amendment is offered by the fire chief and this has to do with the fire fund, maybe folks are comfortable voting on it at this point in time. I leave it to you. Okay, then let's vote on the amendment, if everybody's comfortable with that. This is the amendment to, again, reduce the total appropriation to $30,000 and to reduce the transfer from the unreserved fund balance from $24,000 to $14,000. All in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. All those opposed, please raise your cards. Okay, the amendment passes by card vote.
Okay, we saved $10,000, and that was good news.
Okay, now Tom's going to talk.
This one I actually did understand the funding on it. The fire department's new self-contained breathing apparatus, which is in the process of being placed in service, and I actually think it is in service now if I saw it the other day. It's constructed of aluminum rather than steel, which was used in the old tanks. And it'll hold higher air pressure than the steel tanks. All that said, our current compressor and filling station was due for replacement in a few more years, but the new self-contained breathing apparatus equipment, with the new equipment, it's necessary to replace the old pump now. The appropriation, and this is going to take some dancing here because these numbers are not going to match. The appropriation of the balance of the air compressor capital reserve fund, approximately $16,000, and the addition of $14,000 from the unreserved fund balance, not capital improvements, unreserved fund balance, will allow the purchase to be made with cash. The air compressor capital reserve fund will be discontinued, and future replacement of the air compressor and fill station will accrue in the fire department's capital reserve fund. Got all that? Because the funds for this purchase have been accrued in the past, this article has no impact on this year's tax rate.
Okay, we have Article 17 as amended before us. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? Yes, I'll recognize this voter.
Hi, John Martin, 96 Wood Hill Road. And I don't know if this was deliberate or serendipity, but we have an article here that speaks specifically to the fire department air compressor. But in the detail sheet on Article 15, the last item was the air compressor and the filling station for SCBA. So I don't want to revisit the discussion over, is it an ambulance or isn't it an ambulance? But again, you have the same item listed in two different warrant articles in two different places. And it does make one pause.
This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. Years ago, this air compressor was set up as a separate and independent capital reserve fund. And because of that, and because we didn't plan to replace it for a few more years, when the need came early, as of now, to replace it, there was not enough money in that capital reserve fund to make the purchase. Had it been in the fire department equipment replacement fund where it belonged, under the umbrella approach that I described a few minutes ago, we could have made the entire purchase out of that capital reserve fund without having to appropriate additional money out of fund balance. So the one you're seeing in that equipment replacement fund is to begin setting money aside to replace this one years from now.
Okay, I'm probably still going to be confused, but again, these things get thought out in advance, or is it just hope we're gonna put it before the voters and, hope they'll understand it, on the run? Because it seems like a heck of a time to try and explain to us that there's two capital reserve funds and one doesn't have the money and the other one does, and now we're trying to appropriate money when we've talked about it in another fund that we put money into.
I could not
45
agree
minutes
with
ago.
you more, believe me. I am fervently in your corner. We've been going through this for the whole 7 years I've been here.
Then why doesn't it get corrected?
Because it is being, that's why you see discontinued on this particular fund. We've almost now completely done away with all those little individual capital reserve funds that were creating all this havoc. I think you'll see it a much smoother process in the future, providing that these funds do get funded.
I hope so.
Let me just say, there would have been enough money in the capital reserve fund had we not received a grant for about $200,000, I think, for new tanks. And these new tanks and the pieces of equipment that go with them, the regulators and so on, require a new type of compressor. And that's why there's not enough money in the fund. Had we continued that fund for another few years, there would have been money and we would have replaced the compressor. It would have been clear that that's what we were replacing. But we don't have that luxury, so that's why we had to do it this way.
I recognize the voter at this microphone.
Hi, Beverly Knappen, Deer Run Road. I just have one question. With regard to the remaining balance in said fund being turned over to the general fund, why don't we put it into the fire department equipment capital reserve fund instead of the general fund?
What you are saying makes absolutely perfect sense to everyone except state law. And unfortunately, we're abiding by the law.
Seriously, you have to take that money and put it back in there, otherwise it would take a whole series of other votes, so that's the only way you can do it.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? Article 17, as amended. There's no further discussion. We can take a vote on Article 17. All those in favor of it as amended, please signify by raising your cards. Thank you. Them down. All those opposed? Great. Okay, the article passes as amended. Excellent. Now up to Article 18. Reads to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $35,000 to purchase a truck with a utility body and a plow for the Public Works Department, and to authorize the withdrawal of up to $35,000 from the Public Works Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund for this purpose. Is there a motion to adopt this article? I move to adopt Article 18. And a second? And we have a motion and a second to adopt Article 18, and Selectman Anderson will introduce it to us.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The article proposes to replace the 1999 Ford F-200 3/4 ton pickup truck and snowplow. The truck has approximately 111,000 miles on its odometer. This truck sees more use than any other public works vehicle, with daily missions including cemetery burials and maintenance, parking lot winter maintenance, and light snow plowing on side streets and general vehicle repair field calls for the mechanics. This truck is proposed to be purchased with a utility body, which the current unit does not have, to provide proper storage and security for tools that are needed for roadside equipment repairs and road maintenance. As the funds for this cash purchase have already been accrued in the Capital Reserve Fund, this will have no impact on the current year's tax rate. And once again, if you go to page 18 in your little book, you'll see under Article 18, this particular article listed the amount and the fact that it will have no impact on the tax rate. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Article 18, any voters wish to speak on this article? Seeing none, I'll be happy to put the matter to vote. Article 18 as it appears in the warrant. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your cards. Thank you. The article passes. Which brings us to Article 19, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $27,000 to purchase computer equipment for the Baker Free Library, to authorize a withdrawal of up to $27,000 from the library computer system capital reserve fund for this purpose, and to discontinue the library computer system capital reserve fund established in 1996, and transfer any remaining balance in said fund, including accumulated interest, to the general fund. Is there a motion to adopt Article 19? And a second? We have a motion and a second to adopt Article 19, and Selectman Anderson will introduce this one to us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article will permit the Baker Free Library to upgrade its current computer system and related hardware and software. The Capital Reserve Fund is being discontinued because the library intends to perform future repairs and replacements piecemeal on an annual basis as part of their operating budget. The fund will no longer be needed. Because these funds were accrued in a capital reserve fund in previous years, there is no impact on this year's tax rate. I'm going to ask Lori Fisher, who will have a word or two to speak to this issue as well.
Thank you. The last computer upgrade at the library occurred in 2002, and that meant all of the computers and the software. Our machines and software are all now more than 6 years old, and they need to be replaced. We're currently losing a tower or a monitor a month. 16 towers and monitors will be replaced, as well as a new network server and battery backups for all machines. And this money, the money from this Capital Reserve Fund, will be supplemented also by a grant the library's received from the Gates Foundation for $5,200. So we didn't have to come and ask you for more money for the total cost of the upgrade and the replacement of the hardware. So we will not be having this Capital Reserve Fund any longer. We will replace computers on an annual basis as needed out of our general operating budget.
Okay, does anyone wish to be heard on this article? And I do not see anybody coming to the mic, so we will take a vote. All those in favor of approval of Article 19 as it appears? You got your cards up already, great, thank you very much. And all those opposed? Okay, it passes. Card vote. It's very symbolic. We're at Article 20. The last article is in the 20s. This is great. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $12,500 for Alexander Cemetery design and layout, and to authorize the withdrawal of up to $12,500 from the Cemetery Development Capital Reserve Fund for this purpose. Is there a motion to approve this article? And a second? We have a motion and a second to adopt Article 20. Selectman Crisp will introduce it to us.
Thank you, Peter. Our Alexander Cemetery has a large open tract of land that has never been surveyed for layout of cemetery plots. This article provides the funding necessary to carry out that survey so that the town can begin to improve the appearance of the land, sell plots, expand burials into that undeveloped portion. As the funds for this work are available in the Capital Reserve Fund, this article has no impact on this year's tax rate.
Okay, Article 20. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? Maybe the appropriate question is, anyone dying to be heard on this article? That's right. Seeing none, we'll put the matter to a vote. Article 20, all those in favor of the article as it appears? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you very much. The article passes. Our next article is Article 21, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $12,000 to be added to the Parks and Recreation Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Is there a motion to adopt Article 21? And a second? We have a motion and a second, and Selectman Harry Judd will introduce this to us.
Thank you, Peter. Before I jump to the article, I just want to briefly say, tonight in our prior meeting, people saw how much work went into creating the warrants and the budget that we presented, and that's the we all benefited from the work of Bob Levan, Jim Pitts, the department heads, and the budget committee. When you see these folks, I invite you to thank them for all they do for the town. In particular, I want to note that Dan DeVasco, after 3 years of service, is retiring from the budget committee, and or he escaped. I'm not quite sure which it is. But all of these folks work very hard on your behalf, and each of us owe them our thanks. The Parks and Rec Equipment and Capital Reserve Fund was where we accrue the funds to purchase equipment, it's already on the screen, that will one day be replaced. Balance of the fund at the end of this fiscal year will be approximately $59,000. Total value and expected cost of replacing this equipment is $202,000. We're asking for this addition of $12,000 so that we can stay on schedule of replacing the equipment when it comes due. The tax rate impact of this warrant will be 1 cent per $1,000 or $1 per $100,000.
Okay, Article 21, does anyone wish to be heard on this article? Looks like we do have a voter. I'll recognize you.
Janet Shaw, 8 Page Road. If this article passes, the 12,000, I think we have voted $867,904 in all of the articles. You've been giving us the increase in the taxes on each article. Can you add them up quick and give us the total increase in the taxes?
I'm not quite that quick, Janet, but let me just state one thing, and I'm sure someone here is keeping a tally. It's not increase on taxes. Remember, the taxes from what the town's portion of your tax bill is actually going to go down in the next year. But some of these articles do have tax impact. And
Yes, I've added, my total is the tax impact articles.
that's, I understand, but I was sort of stalling while somebody smarter than I am is coming up with a number.
That would be me. If you'll simply look in your budgetary supplement pamphlet that I think all of you have, page 18 lays all of that out for you.
We took out 100,000 on Article 8.
The one thing not reflected there, though, and I do apologize, Harry, but I couldn't resist, is that when pay-as-you-throw was defeated, that would have removed some property tax burden. Since that was defeated, it'll be about 25 cents higher than what's shown on page 18.
So that would change because of the 100,000 we took out for Article.
Did you factor in the 100,000 that was taken out from an earlier article?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak on Article 21? Seeing none, I will take a vote. All those in favor of Article 21 as it appears in the warrant, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. Cards down. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it, and it passes. Next article is Article 22, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,000 to improve the restrooms and the floor at the community building, and to authorize the withdrawal of up to $5,000 from the municipal buildings and grounds capital reserve fund for this purpose. Is there a motion to adopt this article? And a second? And there's a motion and second, and Selectman Tom Keene will introduce this to us.
This appropriation will provide enough funds to repair and upgrade the restrooms at the community center, which are often failing, and to provide spot repairs for the deteriorating floor of the recreation and meeting hall in the building. There is no doubt that the entire floor needs to be removed and replaced, but this entire building has a number of problems, and it is a possibility that future plans may call for its demolition. For this reason, the Board of Selectmen believe that it would be imprudent to incur this expense before a final decision is reached on the future of this facility. Because the funds for this project have already accrued during previous years in the Capital Reserve Fund, This appropriation will have no impact on the tax rate. It's actually coming out of the capital reserve fund.
Okay, Article 22, and I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Michelle Vecchione, 51 Brown Hill Road. I work for the Recreation Department. I've been down there working for 21 years, and I've been on that floor. And you said this could patch the floor, but it has been brought to my attention that the floor is asbestos, and the asbestos floor as such cannot be just patched. You have to replace, you have to have hazmat teams. It's a whole big, it's not as simple as just patching. You can't just do it that way. So anyway, I would like to amend the warrant article, and I would like to make it read, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $38,000 to replace the floor and improve the restrooms at the community building and fire station, and to authorize withdrawal of up to $38,000 from the Municipal Buildings and Grounds Capital Reserve Fund for this purpose.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend this article essentially by replacing 5,000 in the two places it appears with the number $38,000. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we will first have to address the motion to amend, and so I will entertain any discussion on the motion to amend. My suspicion is the person who made the motion probably would like to speak to it first.
That would be great, thank you. I was told a long time ago that the floor was asbestos, but I was told it was fine, it was okay. Recently though, with the floor breaking up, we had a company come in, the Scott Lawson Group, and they took a sample of our floor, and what they told us was that our floor is 3% chrysotile asbestos. Anyways, 3% asbestos, and 1% is the legal limit, so we are 3 times over the legal limit. Now, if the tiles are, I've done a little research. I'm no expert on this by any stretch. My research is through the Environmental Protection Agency, OSHA, and one other place, National Institute of Health. And the information I found was that tiles that are not friable are safe. Friable, according to the definition, means that if the tile is not breaking up, it is not friable, and so asbestos can be okay. On the other hand, if it is friable, meaning that the tile can break up, it can crumble, you can, break it with your hand. Anytime that happens, even if it's just crumbling, which it is doing there in many places, it releases dust into the air. The dust is cancer-causing. You can get mesothelioma, asbestosis, lung cancer, all forms of lung problems, to say the least, some of which are deadly and some of which is just gonna make your life miserable forever. We have hundreds of people come into that building every week. I'm down there working every day, and since I found this out, I'm a little bit nervous about this. But there are hundreds of people down there. We have kids sitting on the floor for our Halloween show, and babies crawling while the other kids are dancing on the stage. And I mean, you've been down there voting, I'm sure, right? So anyway, so we had the company that tested it, said, we're over the limit. We have tiles that are breaking up, which means the floor could be releasing the dust into the air for anybody who's in there to breathe. And I actually found out that we're supposed to post a sign on the front of the building that says, this building contains asbestos, and tell us just to notify the public anyway. I feel that the town is really a great liability with this issue for a couple reasons. One, of course, somebody's complaining because we have asbestos tiles that are crumbling, and the safety concerns with that, but also because there are holes in the floor there. I mean, I worry every day. I teach fitness classes there. I worry every day about somebody in my class stumbling on a hole. I constantly say, watch out for the hole there, watch out for the hole there. But it's not just my classes, it's anybody who comes into that building. I feel it's a liability to the town, and me as an employee, I have my own concerns as well. Just checking my notes, make sure I don't forget anything. And some people have said, well, maybe you can cover the floor, but our research has shown that's not a good idea. Companies that Cindy Rose, our director, has talked to have said, if you do that now, you're just gonna have to eventually take up the new floor and take up the old floor. The floor at the community building is shifting. I know in the past we didn't want to build a new building. We had the high school to build, and the economy's bad, and all these things, but I feel that you really can't, how can you wait? How can you stand there and say, well, okay, it's an asbestos floor, it's crumbling, it has holes, it's okay to let it go because we don't want to fix this building. I just don't know how we can do that and not worry about the town's liability and my health in particular and my coworkers too. And there's no impact on your taxes because we have this in the capital reserve fund, so if you vote it in, that's it. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. And I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Yes, Marge Welch, 44 Bow Center. Well, I myself am there, and Michelle is our teacher in my particular class. And this is very important to all of us that are in these classes on the health issue especially. And I foresee where you have this money already in reserve, that you should be using it now to protect the people of this town. That is a recreation department that we need very badly, and I cannot foresee you ever letting it go in any way. So I myself certainly hope that you will say yes to this and let this reserve money be used now for a very excellent, good reason.
Okay. Recognize the voter at this microphone.
Mark Bernal, Pepin Drive. Can I ask where the figure of $38,000 came from versus the 5?
It's listed in the CIP, but it's also, the breakdown is, it's not only on the recreation side too, it's also on the fire side. I'll get my figures here.
Cindy, would you take a moment to identify yourself?
Oh, Cindy Rose, Parks and Recreation Director. The removal of the asbestos flooring is approximately $23,000. They would have to come in, we'd have to shut down the building, and of course they'd have to enclose it all. The flooring to replace just the main hall and the two sides on the fire department are about $10,000. And then it's about $5,000 more for the bathrooms. Did that come up to the right amount? And those are all estimates. Of course, we'd have to put it out to bid.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Yes, Clarence Brasser, 8 Betty's Lane. My question is, were the selectmen and the board that made the recommendations for $5,000, did you know all of this information that they're giving us now? I get the impression you're hearing it for the first time. Apparently there's been some study made of some public facilities. I don't know if that was authorized by anybody. I don't know if you had knowledge of it. But we're being asked here at this point to expend a lot of money for a problem that I suspect that some public official had some responsibility to make a evaluation of. And if you're hearing this information for the first time now, I would be against this vote simply because I'd like to have a public official assessment of this problem.
Any member of the Board of Selectmen or Town Manager want to answer that? Yes,
I
Jim?
I will take that. Yes, the selectmen were aware of the report. I have a copy of it right here, and it was discussed at length during the budgetary process. What probably didn't get enough emphasis is that the asbestos tile is safe if it's properly encapsulated. As Michelle mentioned, it can be covered over if it's properly patched so that nothing becomes airborne. It's not a public health threat. But the fact remains it's 3% asbestos. Anything over 1% is considered hazardous once it's in the friable state. I don't speak for the selectmen, but I did sit there and watch them agonize over this for quite a while because we all know the floor needs to be replaced. That's the proper answer to fixing this problem. But when engineers have looked at that building, the roof is not properly anchored on there at all. We're all a little surprised with some of the winds that we've had that it still has a roof. The building is not sound. And speaking for myself, I don't want to get castigated by all of you if I endorse spending $40,000 on that building, and then it either falls apart in the next windstorm, or we decide it needs to be torn down. And that's the decision that we're trying to reach before spending this kind of money on the floor. But what Michelle said is absolutely accurate as well.
Okay, I don't see anyone else. Okay. I'll let other folks speak first, and then Michelle, I'll let you speak again. Yes, I recognize this voter.
I'm Arthur Cunningham. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. 8 Heather Lane. I am actually on the building committee, but we haven't met recently. So I'm sorry to say I don't know about this situation. I'm concerned to hear about it. And I don't think that hearing the building might fall down is going to make Michelle feel any better when she goes to work in the morning. So I take it very seriously, and I think that although I understand what my neighbor said, that it really does need careful consideration. I think as a town board, we can vote to authorize this money to be raised and appropriated tonight, and then the proper study can be done and the money can be spent wisely. But I think it's something that shouldn't wait for another year. So that's mine.
And next I'm happy to recognize you.
Hi, Leon Schwartz, 4 Deer Run Road.
I'm going to let,
sorry.
I recognize this voter next, or the member of the Budget Committee, and then I'll recognize you, sir.
Cindy Martin, I am a member of the Budget Committee, and we were sitting here discussing a little bit amongst ourselves here because we had never heard, we've asked for the report, and we had never heard of the 3% asbestos up till tonight. So that is new to us, and I'd like everyone here to know that.
Okay, now I'll recognize you.
Hi, Leon Schwartz, 4 Deer Run Road. You know, it has more to do with what you all said there about the safety of the community building. So I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. You all are saying that somebody up there is saying that the community building is unsafe and it houses several $100,000 worth of fire equipment, firemen, etc. Is that what I just heard?
There are a number of issues related to the building. One of those issues, I think in addition to the one that the town manager has mentioned, is whether the fire department section of it meets fire code requirements, and that we've had some issues with the state fire inspector about it. We have conducted some design studies. We have had people looking at potential alternative locations for a better facility. I think we're all mindful of the problems. We all understand the need to replace it. I think everybody on this board agrees with Michelle and agrees with Art. You know, the problem is, while many of us would like to go ahead with a new public safety building, it costs a lot of money. And I think that the message from the taxpayers is they're really not ready to spend that kind of money right now. And we've tried to respect that fact.
And I appreciate that. I'm just wanting to, is it
One-
safe?
one
Is
of
it safe
the-
as a person who has kids running around in there, as a concerned citizen who has, you know, where we have equipment and fire people in there, what I heard was it's an unsafe building. I just want to get clarification. Is it safe or unsafe?
It is safe, or we wouldn't have people in there. I think the manager is making a statement that he's trying to make emphasis and he was not actually doing an analysis. But the nature of the flooring that we're discussing is it's not friable unless somebody or something takes it and breaks it up. And that is the basis of our decision of the board to not select to use funding this year to replace that floor. What we wanted to do is replace in locations where some of the tiles have already been removed. to put back in substitute tiles so that it doesn't represent a tripping hazard. And there are some areas where, in the floor, where there are some alligator cracking, and as long as those are not disturbed by abrasive materials, then the 3% of the asbestos in those tiles does not become dangerous to human or animals. So that is the basis upon which the board chose to only invest enough to repair those areas which are absent tiles at the moment, and that's near the side door in particularly, and a few other smaller locations.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter at that microphone.
Jim Hoffman, Nathaniel Drive. This is an outrage. For the Board of Selectmen to be sitting on information that you have a hazardous substance in a place where the children are playing with other senior citizens or going through exercise classes and things, for you to sit on that information and not to present it to even your budget committee, that is an outrage. Dereliction of duty in my estimation. That's just my humble opinion. Now, I'm a fiscal conservative. You should know enough about me by now that that's the case. But in this case, you're being penny wise and pound foolish with the health of both citizens. Please change your behavior. Thank you.
Mr. Hoffman, this board is not as you describe it. What I just described to you is a very sensitive assessment, and we have dealt with these sorts of things individually, some of us in other locations. And for you to charge this board as being negligent is certainly out of the realm of fact.
All right, I'll recognize the voter here. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Armin Franco, 18 Avenue. I must say, I'm stunned by the whole conversation because I am aware that asbestos is an extremely serious hazard, and I've worked in the corporate world where I was involved with this process. There are a lot of legal issues. That said, the selectman, or I believe Michelle is the person that introduced this, one is completely wrong. I'm getting some waffling signals. Could I have some very definitive answer? Is the town of Bow in a very strong legal position with respect to doing the minor repair of $5,000? Or are we forced by law to do something far greater? That's basically what I'd like to know.
And the response from the Board of Selectmen is this. Yes, the tile contains 3% of its content as asbestos. Yes, it's over the EPA limit. But unless it becomes friable, unless it is dispersed by mechanical force into the air, it is not a hazard to humans or animals. And that's on the basis of what we made our decisions. We withheld no information from anybody. We've had open discussions about this, and Marge can attest to that.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter at this microphone.
Julie Jocelyn, Woodhill Road. I work for the State Department of Environmental Services. I've dealt with asbestos in my position, and although it is safe when it is encapsulated, I take fitness classes at the community building, and I can tell you that as these tiles get older and older, just stepping on them can start cracking them and releasing asbestos. And that is something that needs to be considered with your spot repairs.
Recognize the voter at this microphone.
Hi, John Martin, 96 Woodhill Road. I've been going to exercise functions down at the community center since about 2002, and I may have been the one to point out to Michelle back then that it was an asbestos floor, and that floor is friable. It has more than spiderweb cracks in it. There are entire tiles in the center of the floor and on the edges of the floor that are actually missing pieces. Now that floor gets a lot of friction wear from basketball players, from the exercise people. I've been down nose to nose with it doing push-ups on that floor. Plus there's a power sweeper that's used to clean the floor that probably contributes to its disintegration on the broken edges. But, and as far as maintenance and encapsulating, someone taking a can of International Orange spray paint and spraying over where it's broken and missing pieces doesn't constitute encapsulation. So I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment.
Okay, we have a voter at this microphone I'll recognize.
Susan Belair, Edgewood Drive. As far as this being friable, I have to say it is. I'm the parent of a Cub Scout. Our Cub Scouts are in that building every single month, and I have seen our kids picking up pieces of these tiles that are broken and breaking them. My own child has done this. I was not aware of the fact that there was asbestos. Obviously, when he's in there next time, I'm going to tell him don't touch the floor. But I think that this really is a serious issue, and it needs to be taken care of.
Recognize the voter at this mic.
Robin Lee, 12 Kelso Drive. I just have a question as to what time interval we're looking at in terms of replacement of that building. And are we really wishing to risk the difference between the $38,000 difference in repairing the floor properly, or letting it go until somewhat time, who knows how many years would pass, when our voters would support a replacement structure? And I would recommend strongly that you adopt the amendment to 22.
George Lagos, Windsor Drive. I just need to clarify that the Budget Committee did in fact get a copy of a report dated March 26. We got it early in April. But I can also tell you that the report itself really doesn't, it's not conclusive to a layman in any stretch, any of the issues that we're really talking about here in terms of friability, et cetera. So I just wanted to clarify that we did actually have a report. We weren't in a position to make a conclusion of any kind based on what we saw, and our understanding was that the town government here was in fact addressing the situation and was going to be back on the issue, which I know they have had the issue under advisement and they are working on the issue. But I didn't want to leave the misimpression that we hadn't seen anything from these people, because we had in fact seen a report. Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize the voter here at this mic, and then probably it'll be your turn.
Paul Hammond, 19 Bow Center Road. I have two grandnephews that play in that building. And I wish to see the amount Michelle has asked for be passed tonight for that safety, as well as everybody else. Thank you.
Okay. I think everyone else has spoken. Michelle, it's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to make a couple more comments that, having been in the building, working there for 21 years, I've seen all the changes in the floor over the years. Just a couple of months ago, we had some committee in there looking at the building. I don't know, the profit and loss or some kind of committee. I don't remember who they were. I didn't even know who they were, but I saw a committee walking through the building and kind of went, you're looking at the building, let me show you something. And there was a section of floor, because you're talking about friable, there was a section of floor where four tiles come together, and at the intersection, there were cracks. Now, this was probably in April. I want to tell you now that there are no longer cracks, because now there is a hole there, probably 4 inches across in diameter. The floor is friable. If the floor is coming up, if it's crumbling, it's definitely friable. And if it's friable, if it is coming up and crumbling, that's when they say that the asbestos dust is being released into the air. We have some tiles that definitely are not friable. They're still intact, but we have a lot that are friable, and that's what I worry about. And did I tell anybody else? I did tell 2 previous building inspectors who at different points in time told me, go to Home Depot and see what you can, me not knowing that this was hazardous at the time. I was told, oh, it's asbestos, you don't have to worry about it. But 2 previous building inspectors were informed about the floor, and they weren't worried. But maybe they also didn't know that it was 3% asbestos. I don't really know. So we didn't really find out about this until the report in March. So it's just recently. And as far as doing little patches, maybe Cindy can answer this question, but I thought that some of the companies we had talked to about it said they don't wanna even come and touch that. Doing a patching is like just something, it's just too hazardous, you just do it or forget it. So I don't know if Cindy, maybe you can address that issue, I don't know if that was correct or not.
All right, let's see, we've got a voter here, I'll recognize you.
Janet Shaw, 8 Page Road. I thought one of the problems with the flooring is that there is not a good base underneath it, which might lead us to more money in fixing it up and should be considered. That's something I had heard.
Well, I think our information is the building is sited on a former lumber mill site, and the sawdust pile was pretty much located where the footprint of the building is. So we don't believe that all of that material was excavated and it causes the building to move some. So that lends to the shifting occasionally in the seasons, and certainly lends to some of the floor movement and cracking. And that's yet another reason that puts that whole building into question and any investment in it. And we were reluctant to recommend a floor investment when we're not certain as a board what the life of that building is.
Okay, we have a voter at this microphone.
Mr. Moderator, Gary Nyland, 38 Robinson Road. I happen to own a business that represents several companies. And one of the things that we do is we remove tile from existing concrete floors and scarify the floors and polish the concrete under it. So there are a lot of different options that you can use, but you still have to encapsulate that material and take that asbestos out of there and get certified people to do it. I mean, we've done jobs where there's, 100,000 square feet of stuff that has to be removed. They're expensive, there's no doubt about it, but it can be done, and if it's done correctly, it's gonna be more than $5,000 to do it, that's for sure. But, that price that she quoted seems to be something for the size. I don't know exactly what the square foot area is, but it's something that we need to take a serious look at. And, just taking the pieces out, that can be a real problem for companies because they don't want to do that. They have to encapsulate the same area that take a small amount out as they do a large amount. So, you have to think about what the cost factor would be based on those companies and get some bids out there to do that kind of work. Thank you.
All right, looks like we got one more voter speaking on this side.
Paul Hammond, 19 Bull Center Road again. Might be interesting to let people know that community building was built on a stump dump.
Thank you. Oh, looks like we got one more. Yes.
Sarah Brown, Stony Brook Road. I have a question about the $5,000. Is that to seal the floor as it is now? And if it is to seal it, how long would that sealant last while the decision's made about the building?
The 5 was to help repair the toilets in both the restaurants and to place some sort of filling material in those places where the tile has already been removed, and in particularly around the side entrance door, and not to replace any tiles that now exist, but to find a mortar or an epoxy that would be a short-term gap. It certainly wouldn't be beautiful, but at least it might bring the level back up so we don't have a depression in the area where the tiles are missing.
So it's a patch, not a sealant?
That is correct, not a sealant.
All right, I think we're speaking about Article 22.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is Rob Counter again on Alban Road. It kind of confuses me as to why we're going to bid on this subject when the importance of the fatality that could happen down there at the fire station. I don't know if you realize that the lawsuits that could come about with anybody getting sick exposed to this asbestos down there. I don't, and to vote on this no matter what the amount is, before a study is done in cooperation with the state laws as to what is permissible. I think it should be tabled just like the ambulance. This is a vital situation. Why should we vote on it? Why can't it be tabled until more investigation on this? Thank you.
Thank you. It appears all the voters have spoken. You have something else, Michelle?
Just one last thing about the patching. We actually tried patching with the epoxy, and it didn't work. And then the thing with the cement, if you have anybody, if you're using the building and you have children playing sports, you have people doing fitness, people running around on that floor, you can't have a tile floor that hits a piece of cement. People are gonna wrench their knees. So you have to have a, continuous surface. So instead of, you'd have to fill it in with some kind of piece of tile so it's all the same type of surface, because otherwise then you have other problems as well. Just a thought.
All right, well, this is Article 2, and this is the motion to amend Article 22, I should say. So we need to deal with the motion to amend first. The motion to amend.
The amendment, please.
The motion to amend would have increased the number $5,000 where it appears in two places in the article to the number $38,000. And so the two places you see it projected on the screen.
Community building / firehouse, so it's both sides.
It's known generically as the community building.
Just so it's clear that it's, the whole thing.
We got it. It's okay.
I just don't want it to be just one side.
Yeah, okay. So we're dealing with the motion to amend. Again, it increases the dollar amount in the two places appearing in Article 22, amended to read $38,000 in both places. So we'll take a vote on the motion to amend first. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, the ayes clearly have it, so the motion to amend passes. And now we will vote on the article as amended. So Article 22 now reads with a new $38,000 figure in the two places. I believe we're probably all discussed out at this point. And if there is, sure, it looks like we do have someone wish to speak.
Callie Abrams, 6 Surrey Drive. I just have a question. If the one quote that you received is not sufficient, what is the town's position as far as spending extra money in order to get the work completed?
We can't spend beyond what's authorized by this meeting.
It is in fact legal to use a portion of the contingency fund should there be a shortfall, but I know Cindy got several estimates in coming up with this number for the original budget preparation.
All right, so Article 22 has been amended. Yes, sir, I'll recognize the voter speak on amended Article 22.
Arthur Cunningham, 8 Heather Lane. I just wanted to verify that there was $38,000 in the municipal buildings and grounds capital reserve fund.
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no further discussion, Article 22 as amended, we'll take a vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. It passes as amended. Okay, Article 23, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the municipal building vault capital reserve fund established in 2006 and transfer any balance in the said fund, including accumulated interest, to the general fund. Is there a motion to adopt this article? And a second? And we have a second. Motion and a second, and Selectman Tom Keene will introduce this to us.
see if this one will be any easier. This capital reserve fund currently has a balance of $11,000. It was accruing funds to eventually purchase a modular fireproof vault to be installed in the basement of the municipal building for the storage of town archives, particularly irreplaceable records of historical significance. And one of those records was a list of Civil War volunteers from the area here, just to let you know that these original documents do need to be stored someplace. We have since learned that there is no modular vault on the market today that can be used in this building. That is, we looked at vaults and thought maybe we could put them in the basement of the town administrative building, but that's not possible. So another solution will be sought to protect the town's historical documents and vital records. Discontinuance of this fund will lapse the balance into an unreserved general fund balance where it can be used at the time of tax rate setting to offset a portion of the cost of the budget. This will serve to reduce the upcoming tax rate by 1 cent per $1,000 of evaluation. And to let you know that in the operating budget, there is money set aside to buy fireproof cabinets that will be portable for our documents. So we are taking care of this in another manner.
Okay, Article 23. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article? I don't see anybody getting up, so we will take a vote. All those in favor of Article 23 as it appears in the warrant, thank you very much. Cards down. All those opposed? Okay, the article passes. Article 24. I'm not going to read this whole article. To see if the town will vote to adopt certain provisions relative to septic system design, et cetera, as it appears in the warrant and as it appears on the screen in front of you. Given the late hour, I will dispense with the total reading. Is there a motion to adopt Article 24?
I move the adoption of Article 24.
Okay, and a second? Okay. And I see this, Selectman Jack Chris will introduce this, but the Drinking Water Committee has a PowerPoint, and given the late hour of the night, I'm not going to cut off your right to speak, but please keep it short. Okay.
This article will establish a local ordinance addressing septic system design for new and replacement systems. I would just briefly like to say that the Drinking Water Committee has spent quite a bit of time over the past year in working on this, and Sandy and Kevin have a presentation for you to explain what is being proposed and the results of their research and efforts. So Sandy, you want to take it away?
Great, thank you. This article seeks to establish a formal process for review of septic system design plans for compliance with existing town standards. The town standards that would be reviewed are those that are basically locational requirements, such as wetland setbacks, aquifer protection district requirements, proposed well locations, and conditions of planning board and zoning board approvals. Currently, when septic system design plans or replacements are developed by a septic designer, they are sent to DES, the State Department of Environmental Services. They're reviewed for the state standards and they get approved, and if they're in contradiction to any town standards, we have to go running after them to address that. This is the authority that gives the municipalities the ability to do this prior review. This section of the statute has been in place since 1989, and right now, go to the next slide. You can't read this list. It's on the DES website. There are 103 municipalities that are on the state's list of what's called prior approved towns. the towns recognize as having prior review, increased by 2 since last year, and that added Hanover and Pembroke to the list. So all of those towns require septic designs to come to the town first, and so if DES got a plan and it didn't have the state sign-off, they would require that the state sign-off came in before DES would review and approve the plan. And this review would not include any, at the local level, would not include any technical aspects of the septic system. So the review that would be authorized by this article is not duplicative of the state review. As I mentioned, currently, after the State Department of Environmental Services has approved the septic design plans, the copies may come to DES, may come to the town, and the town may find that there's a problem, and then the town has to go chase folks down on it because it's in violation of the town's locational standards. So the intent is to address the location, not the design of the septic system. The town would not be reviewing the septic system design for technical standards. And to address some of the benefits of adopting this article, I would like to introduce Kevin Leonard, who's a New Hampshire licensed septic designer.
Thanks, Sandy. As she indicated, I just want to briefly review the benefits of adopting local prior approval. First and foremost, if we adopt this warrant article, the town of Bow will be added to the list, which was shown on the previous slide. That'll inform septic designers that the town has local regulations, and will encourage them to then contact the planning department, the building department, and identify what those issues are and incorporate it into their design. Secondly, it'll enable Bow to establish a formal process to review septic applications prior to going to DES and make sure that they're complying with local regulations. And thirdly, it would eliminate the potential for lost time and money with a designer proceeding through the process without being aware of the fact that there's regulations that should be considered during the design process. Overall, this is intended to be a cumbersome process and should simply streamline a design through the town of Bow, and I believe it's beneficial for homeowners and business owners that are seeking septic approval in the town. Sandy and I are here for questions.
Okay, Article 24, relative to septic system designs. Is anyone wish to be heard on this article? Yes. Recognize this voter.
Steve DiStefano, 7 Sharon Drive in Bow. Will this eliminate in-kind systems?
What do you mean by eliminate? The language in the warrant article does mention that this review would apply for all new systems and for replacement systems, accepting systems replaced in the same location as a prior approved system.
I just want to make sure if my system fails, I can replace it in kind now without having to go through the design process. Is this going to require a design?
No, we don't. We're not requiring any design. We just want to make sure that things are not in a new location that would be in contradiction of our other standards. But if you're replacing it in kind, that's not an issue.
Okay, just because it would double the cost if you couldn't do it in kind. You can still do in kind.
No, you can do in kind, and I think, I know Bill Clubin could address the fact that, with systems being grandfathered in their spot, if there's a... Yeah, no, you can replace in kind. We're not making people move systems.
Okay, yes, I'll recognize this voter.
Callie Abrams, 6 Surrey Drive. I've one question and then a follow-up. My first question is, with this septic design here, as a gentleman just asked, in kind, is this an enhancement to current septic designs, like an enclosed system?
No, this is just saying you need to send it to Bo first, so we can make sure that it's not, if it was a new system, that it's not encroaching on existing setbacks or is not in violation of existing approvals of the planning board or the zoning board. We're not enhancing anything, we're just saying you send it to us and we make sure that it's in the place that it was supposed to be.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The second part of why I'm up here, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight to this, but I found it an appropriate time to share this information. I'm a volunteer for New Hampshire DES VLAP program, that's the Volunteer Lake Assessment Program. And for the past 2 years, and I will be this summer, I have adopted Torrey Pond. I go out there 3 times during the summer and I take samples. And I send them and I pay out of my own pocket for those samples to be tested by the luminology lab. And this past year, when I received the annual report on how Torrey Pond's health is, I forwarded that information on to the Board of Selectmen and the town manager. We have not had a conversation about the information, but the information has been forwarded to them. One of the areas of concern that was sent back to me is that we should enhance the testing protocol for E. coli. E. coli comes from our septic systems among some potential other sources. So I just want everybody in here to be aware that if we adopt this, and I would encourage everybody to adopt this, we are protecting our waterways and the health of our community. And I also would encourage somebody in town to volunteer to monitor, join the VLAP program for the town pond right next to the community center. Thanks.
Recognize the voter at this, you waiting to speak at this microphone?
Yes, Robin Martin, 8 Tonga Drive. I just would like a little more clarification because I lived in Amherst for about 7-8 years before I moved here to Bow 4 years ago. And Amherst had very strict policies in regard to replacement septic designs with homes. And this kind of, because it was a situation with the sale of my house in Amherst. If the town were to increase their ordinances, which is probably a good thing, it can affect this for people who are trying to replace a broken system. And that's what happened in Amherst. As ordinances are changed in the town in future, I think what that gentleman was referring to could be a situation in the future. So I don't know for sure, because I'm not in town government, but if this is a possibility, I would like it clarified.
Bill, do you want to clarify the grandfather aspects of the zoning ordinance?
I got down to 2 warrant articles left without being asked to speak. Bill Clubman, I'm the Director of Community Development, and as you all know, I'm not a resident, I'm an employee. The rules that we apply to septic systems today, and we have been applying them for some 20 years because we've had rules that prohibit the location of septic systems within certain distances of wetlands. And we also have a rule that says you have to have your well at least 75 feet from a road right-of-way or from a drainage ditch coming off a road. We used to have a rule in the Aquifer Protection Ordinance, but that was just replaced 2 weeks ago. So we basically have 2 rules and then the possibility of conditions of approval from the planning board or the zoning board. We don't do any technical review on septic systems. So if it's a replacement and you choose to upgrade to a new technology, we aren't going to review that. We're simply going to look to make sure that if you are already in a required wetland buffer, that you don't move any closer to the wetland. You can move a little bit further away, or you can stay in the same location, but you can't move closer. I mean, the entirety of this is about location of the components of the septic system, either the tank or the leach field. And the rules currently grandfather your system. If you're in a prohibited location, you're allowed to replace it. Does that help?
Okay, sounds like it. I'll recognize this voter here.
Yeah, hi, Rob Hollinger, Sharon Drive. I just wanted people to be aware that this exact article came up last year and it was voted down. And also, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the state right now reviews all the plans, comes out and does inspections as the septic tank is being installed. And it just seems to be, it's an overlap with the town. And if you read the last line in the article, it says the selectmen are gonna establish fees for this inspection. Just gotta wonder whether we need this or not.
Okay, if I could address two aspects to that. The warrant article this year was rewritten to provide clarification that wasn't in the original warrant article last year, and unfortunately, both Kevin and I couldn't be here to clarify things when there was misinformation discussed last year. But the warrant article was clarified this year to indicate that it was only for locational requirements and not for any technical standards, which some people were interpreting. The state standards are not the same standards that we have in our zoning ordinance. While it is true that the State Department of Environmental Services comes out and inspects the test pit or does a inspection before the hole is filled in, when the system has been installed, the fact is that they don't look to see that Bow has a larger setback than the state has. And Bow has had these requirements in place for, about 18 years of one sort or another. So the state only looks at its own standards. It won't look at Bow's standards. So our standards can be violated by state approvals, and this is why we want to have it put into place. If 103 other towns have done it, there must be some reason to have this put in place. There is a wide variety among the towns about fees. Pembroke is not charging any fees, and there are some places that charge $100 or more, but they actually do some of the inspection locally. So there's a wide variety, and I would say that if you wanted to express to the select board your thoughts about the regulations that it would adopt, I'm sure they would listen to your comments there.
As a further response to that, if I might, I think one of the problems that the town has experienced is that there have been people who come into town, buy a home, something arises, and they come over to Bill's office or somewhere in the town looking for some sort of plan that shows where their septic system is. And we don't have anything because up until now, nobody's really been required to provide us with that. This will make that information available to folks, here in Bow when an issue arises for them.
Okay, I don't see anyone else at microphones at this point in time. This is Article 24, relative to a town septic system design plan review process. We'll take a vote on it. Article 24 as it appears in the warrant. All those in favor of the article as it appears, please raise your cards. Thank you very much. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and that article passes. All right, we're getting there. Article 25, to see if the town will vote to change the annual town meeting from the second Tuesday in May to the second Tuesday in March, as authorized by RSA 39:1. Is there a motion to adopt this article? And is there a second? We have a motion and a second to adopt Article 25, and Selectman Leon Kennison will introduce this to us.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As part of our conversion to a fiscal year, the town also voted to move the annual town meeting from March to May. It was widely believed that the warmer weather would encourage a larger turnout, but it has been somewhat the opposite effect on some years, and many warm weather activities now compete with town meeting. The article will retain the fiscal year but move the town meeting back to the second Tuesday in March as it was for many years. As the schools are required to hold their meetings in March and have continued to do so, this would facilitate the conduct of all the town's financial business in the month of March. Our keeper of record and statistics, Eric, has charted the attendance at town meetings, and The third best attendance was in fact in 2009. The sixth best attendance was in 2008, and the eighth best attendance was in 2006, all in May. But I must say that the first, second, fourth, fifth, seventh, and all but the 16th were March attendance. As one of those who was eager to propose this back when we had to make a decision to put this on the warrant, I thought that we were heading for decreasing attendance at town meeting, and frankly, all of the board wants to see more. I think you folks surprised us and frankly pleased most of us by your turnout this year. And frankly, at this point, I'm very ambivalent about making this change. I personally believe that perhaps our best choice would be a Saturday in March, but when we have the least competition with outside activities, including great weather. So I guess that's the way I would put it out there, and everybody should, vote if they find this favorable to turn it down, and if they want to return to March to go.
Okay. March town meeting again. Article 25. Yes, sir. Recognize this voter.
John Violet, 12 Woodland Circle. I wouldn't be here if it was in March. I like it in May, and I think we ought to leave it the way it is right now.
Recognize the voter at this microphone.
If it was March and it was 28 degrees out there today, I don't think there'd be 10 people here because it was snow since midnight. And there'd be a foot of snow on the ground freshly with today's weather, if it was in March. So I think this is a much better time for better turnouts.
Okay. That voter and that microphone.
Faye Johnson, Knox Road. I'm in favor of going back to the March meeting. Has nothing to do with weather, as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't have anything to do with attendance either. It has to do with the fact that when I'm going to vote on what's happening at town meeting, I like to know what they're spending on the school side, and I like to know what they're going to spend on the school side when I'm going on the town side. Now, when you do one at one time and one at another time, you have, but 3 months in between, you have no way to know what you can afford either way. So the town comes up short because we're trying to balance what we spent in March for the school. And so we come here and we cut and we nitpick, and the town goes overly tough on their own budget when they're even working on it, because they're trying to make up for what the school just did. And I think if we have it both at the same time, like we've always done in the past, the voters have a way to look at what's happening on both sides and make the decision at the same time.
Recognize this voter.
Van Mosier, 99 Allen Road. I'd like to quote esteemed Selectman, third highest in 30 years, just recently, good turnout. Statistical analysis, we have to consider that some of the top ones that were above that is because that we've had a longer time in March. Let's give May a good sampling, at least 10 years. And I also agree that I want to support Mr. Violet and anybody else who's not here during the time period which they so deserve to have a vacation away during the cold months, that they get their opportunity to vote at this time. I know that if I'm traveling or I'm away, I'm very disappointed that I'm not able to vote, and I want to make sure that as many citizens can vote.
Recognize the voter at this microphone.
Francis Gill, Rocky Point Drive. I believe your warrant is incorrectly worded, because town meeting is on Wednesdays, not Tuesdays. We vote for elections on Tuesdays, but town meeting is on Wednesdays.
Actually, the town meeting begins on Tuesday with the voting. It is then suspended after voting. We take up the business meeting. Typically, we've been doing it on Wednesday. There were a couple of years when we actually did it on Saturday. So I think that it is correctly worded. Also, if I could, Peter, Van, your point, just so you know, Eric's numbers were a raw statistical tabulation, it was not done against the percentage of registered voters. And if you were to look at that list, we clearly have more registered voters in 2009 than we did in 2001. So I think the ranking is something that I just offer some caution in relying on those numbers.
Okay. Recognize a voter at this mic.
Sarah Swenson, former selectman and budget committee member. I would like to support this article that the selectmen go back to March for their town meeting. In May, there are a lot of conflicts and sports events which prevent a lot of people from attending the town meeting. We did have a fair turnout the first meeting. However, this meeting, we only had 175 out of over 6,000 voters, almost 7,000 registered voters. And that is not many people. And I guess in March, there are a lot of news articles in the papers about the town meetings in various towns. And I think people get geared up to go to a town meeting and take action to vote on the needs of the town. So I would go along with Faye Johnson and support going back to March.
Okay. Recognize a voter at this mic.
Susan Belair, 8 Edgewood Drive. I too would like to speak in favor of going back to March. Personally, I have kids that have very busy schedules in May and find it very difficult to get here. But more importantly is the fact that it's very difficult to figure out the financial aspects of what it takes to run our town when half of our town is being run in one month and half in the other. Trying to figure out the school budget when we've never seen the town budget yet. And I think a lot of times since we've switched, it seems like the school is getting everything and then we hit town meeting and no, I don't want this, I don't want this, I don't want this, because we just gave the school all this money. Whereas when we had it the other way, we've got our town budgets, we've got our school budgets, we know what everybody wants, what the wish lists are, so that we can make better informed decisions about where we spend our tax dollars.
Okay. Recognize a voter at this mic.
My name is John Erdy. I live on Putney Road. I'm also in favor of returning town meeting to March. I think when it was first out, everybody had talked about the fact that it was snowy, it was cold, the elderly couldn't get here. And I think, as we've seen, I'm not sure it makes any difference to anybody whether it's March or May. And I would prefer being back in March, as everybody else has the same thing. And as everybody else has stated, you are now together with the school meetings and you can see and do everything at one time.
Recognize a voter at this mic.
Will Mitchell, 51 Southville Road. As a college student, I can assure you that it's not my busy schedule in May that would prevent me from going to town meeting, but my busy schedule at college in March. So I'm in favor of keeping the town meeting in May so that not only the elderly who may have trouble getting here in the snow or may vacation for the winter time elsewhere, but the college students who are on campuses outside of the town may have a chance of finishing their school year and being back for the May meetings.
Excuse me, could you repeat your name so the clerk can get it?
William Mitchell, 51 Southville Road.
Thank you.
Yes, gentleman at this mic.
Bruce Fosberg, Poor Richards Drive. I am 100% in favor of going back to March. I'll never forget the first meeting that we had, that the school board was in March and we were in May. I went looking for information for the school board. I went looking for a publication. I went looking for the town report. And then I realized the school board no longer was participating in bringing their articles in there or whatever. And we didn't really hear about that until later on. I did find a mimeographed piece of paper, a copied piece of paper that gave us what the information was. But we need it both together. We really do. We have to make good decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Seem to be the end of the lines of folks who wish to speak. Yes, okay, Tom.
Since I was the person who voted to keep the current system. I guess I should say a few words about that, and I'm certainly happy to have Leon think about coming over and joining me on this one. For me, it's about voters and getting voters out to vote. And college students and senior citizens, particularly senior citizens who may spend part of the year away, but senior citizens like my mother-in-law who cannot get out in the middle of March on a cold night, just for health reasons can't do it, but could turn out for a May meeting and has. That's why I voted for it. That's why I would encourage people to keep the current system of May. We've had the top, I guess, 6 years, 5 years that I look at this chart, 6 years, have been May meeting days. So people turn out to vote in May. That's just the fact. And I understand the issue of, well, we don't know what the school budget is and so on and so forth. And I guess I weigh that against the value of giving everybody in town the maximum opportunity to vote. And I think May does that, and I think the statistics prove that. So that's why I voted the way I did.
Okay, yes, I'll recognize this voter.
Yes, my name is Mary Beth Walls. I live at 25 Winstack Drive. And for those of you who went out to vote the last couple of years, you may have noticed that on Election Day, all through town, there were bright orange signs that went up and said, "Vote today." Because the turnout's been so low since we moved the meeting to May, I personally, along with my husband, went out and had those signs printed, and I've been going out the last 2 years at 5 o'clock in the morning on Election Day and putting those signs up all over town. I'm not sure how many more years I'm gonna get up at 5 in the morning and put signs up all over town to remind you all to vote. So I'm asking that maybe, I think it's better to go back to the March meeting, because the reality is while the numbers may be up the last couple of years, the percentages are down. In fact, in 2008, we only had 22% of our voters come out and vote at town meeting. And it was up this year, I think, because we had some seriously contested races. But the reality is while the numbers are up, the percentage is not up. And so I would encourage people to go back to the March meeting and let me sleep in and not have to get up at 5 in the morning every time we have a voting day in May. Thanks.
I wonder if, Eric, there's been a lot of comments about the statistics, and Eric, these are yours, and maybe you could enlighten us. I mean, it looks to me like the top meetings were March, not May, but maybe I'm confused, so.
If there's a way to put this chart up on the wall, I don't know if there is, I would be happy to put it on the wall. What I've done over the years is, you know, I keep track of how many people can come to town meeting and that sort of thing. And I've got 30 years worth of data that tells how many people came to town meeting in each of the various years. And it turns out that the greatest number of people actually came to town meeting in March of 2001. And the next most people came to town meeting in March of 2002. And then in our current year, 2009, that was the third largest number of people to attend town meeting. And then the next year was 2003. Next year after that was 2004. And then in 2008, May town meeting came in 6th in terms of the ranking. And then, believe it or not, 1988 came in number 7 when we had 1,351 attendees come out and vote that year. And that was what, 21 years ago in March. And then again in 2006 came in 8th, and that was a Maytown meeting that year. And then we don't get to another Maytown meeting until 2007, and it ranked 16th among attendees coming to the town meeting. And all the intervening years were March town meetings. Now, in terms of percentage, if you're interested in percentage of any particular year, the last 4 years, I'll just give you a reading of the last 4 years, which are the May town meetings. The most recent town meeting, 2009, we had 30.6% of the registered voters came out and voted this year. Last year, 24.5% came out and voted, and that's a May town meeting. And then in 2007, 16.5% came out that year to vote. Less than 1,000 voters came out in May of 2007. In 2006, which was the first of our May town meetings, 24.6% of our registered voters came out and voted. The last March meeting? The last March meeting was held in March of 2005. We had a total of 15.6% came out that year. And the year before that, 29.6. The year before that, 37.4. The year before that, 49.6. The year before that, 39.6. 24.9. Those were all March town meetings.
We don't need all 30 years.
Eric, just for clarification.
You didn't know what happened when you started asking
that's-
Eric numbers. Look out.
Eric, is that at town meeting, or that's going to vote for elected officials?
That's the March town meeting date, the Tuesday when we come out and vote by ballot.
Okay. So while that's been going on, we've got two more speakers. All right, I'll recognize that gentleman first.
I was just curious if there's any records on actually attending these meetings which vote upon the budgets.
Excuse me, would you mind identifying
Oh,
yourself?
I'm
for the
sorry,
record?
Dennis Mospect, 15 River Road. I was curious if you've got a similar set of percentages of people that attend these meetings that determine the budgets.
You know, I don't have that sort of data only because we don't have a really good record, or have not had over the years, a really good record-keeping system to know exactly how many people attend these meetings. If you go back and review the town reports, you know, votes, the town meeting will convene and either the warrant article will pass or will not pass, but it's usually by a voice vote and it usually is not tabulated. So we don't have a really good means of keeping track of the town meetings themselves.
And this voter.
Question to Eric, could you list the bottom 10, because it's more significant with the fewest people voting. When you have very small amounts of people, everybody's concerned about that. You hear that over and over and over again in the paper.
Well, if you use the 30-year table that I have before me,
You could just list March, or May, you know.
they're all March.
All right, the bottom 20.
Well, one of the bottom 20 would include the meeting of 2007, which was a May meeting.
All right, so,
But we've only had 4 May meetings,
okay.
4 years of May meetings.
So the bottom 10 or bottom 15 are March meetings. So that shows us that we have very few voters voting during that month.
I think it also. you have
Yeah,
to
but
take into-
statistically, you would have one that would fall in that category. If it was bad,
but
definitely.
You need to take into account changes in town populations.
Well, that is the percentage of
Well,
registered
question,
voters.
I'm watching the clock, and I would love to have this meeting come to an end before the next town meeting.
Just, can I, Peter?
I'll recognize this speaker over here.
I'll make it short, Mr. Moderator. Gary Nyland, 38 Robinson Road. You notice I dressed for the occasion. I got my Maine tuxedo on tonight. And that's not a pun at the people in Maine. But anyhow, we do check people off when we come to this meeting. I think we can count the checks and tell how many people are here. Isn't that the way we could get some tabulation? I think every time I come in, they check me off when I come in here. That will tell us how many people actually attend these meetings. So we must have a figure from the last town meeting as well as one from this one.
Gary, what happens is that they're all checked off, but we don't keep a check of all of those each time. It's not tabulated like it is through the ballot counter. So we have to go back through and then check, count them up each time. And we've decided after this exercise that we do need to start doing that. That hasn't been done in the past. So what we've been able to do is look at the votes, the counted votes, and I did add those up. And it definitely, the votes where we had a ballot vote and we had a count, they came out higher in the March meetings than they were in May. you know, in the last 10 years. But that's all I could go by.
Can,
All right, well, I've got someone who has moved the question. I've got two speakers at the microphone, so I guess I won't take a vote on moving the question if everybody promises that these are the last two speakers. Otherwise, I will take a formal vote so we know we're shut off. I recognize this gentleman here.
Chris Ulrich, 2 Timmins Road. That's exactly what I was going to do, so thank you to the gentleman in front.
All right, that's one down. And he was probably going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm Ray Johnson, 110 Knox Road, Bo. Mr. Van Mojo was asking for low totals. He's trying to find a low total to justify March. Well, if you go back far enough, sure, you're going to get a low total. Look at the difference in population now and the population 15 years ago. The only thing that really matters is the percentage. The number is irrelevant because there are so many more voters in the town of Bow now than there were in the past that sure, it's going to look big for the last 4 years. But you take the percentage and it's not very big. Thank you.
Peter, just clarification of somebody else's question.
Okay, I hope I don't regret this.
Yeah, it'll be short. In 2007, somebody said, well, how many people attend town meetings and school meetings recently? In 2007, we had 53 voters show up for the school board meeting in March. 53 people showed up in 2007.
Okay. All right, well, the spirit of the calling the question, I'm going to hope that we're finished and put this matter to a vote. This is Article 25, relative to moving town meeting from May to March. And so I would like to put this to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Yeah, you're going to test me this late at night. Okay, thank you very much. Put them down. All those opposed? Okay, it's those in favor, by my eyesight, you can put them down now. I declare that it passes based on what I saw there. Okay, so that's Article 25. Article 26, to see if the town will vote to have all final votes taken by the Bow Budget Committee and Bow Board of Selectmen relative to all budget items and warrant articles be recorded votes, and the numerical tally of any such vote be printed in the town warrant next to the affected warrant article and included in the official annual Bow Town Report, and any similar electronic or printed material reflecting those votes distributed to the public. This is a petitioned article. The first we'll get, is there a motion to adopt this article?
I move the adoption of Article 26.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and we have a second. And this is by petition, and note to me indicates that Rick Highland is the petitioner, and I usually recognize the petitioner to introduce petitioned articles rather than the members of the Board of Selectmen, and I will do that at this time.
This warrant article is to continue what we've shown on the slides up here, as well as in the town report, the tally vote of the selectmen, as well as the budget committee.
Okay. Does anyone wish to be heard on this article?
George Lagos, Windsor Drive, just informally polled the budget committee since we didn't formally vote on this in advance of the meeting, and we're all supportive of this.
Anybody else wish to be heard? If not, we can take a vote. Given the late night, all those in favor, please raise your cards. All those opposed? Great, it passes. Any other business to come before the meeting tonight? Oh, no. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't speak. That was rude of me. I apologize. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your gracious remark. My name is John King. I live on Knox Road. I move that the town see to it that a study group and a planning group be established, make that a working group, to plan for in a timely and expeditious manner for the replacement and/or relocation of the community building and the fire department building at one or more locations, and that this be accomplished not later than, that this be effected, that this happen not later than January the 1st, 2012. That group will present its written recommendation or recommendations as warrant article or articles at the next town meeting here, second Tuesday in March, 2010. Thank you. Oh, the group would be something like this. 2 building committee people, Mr. Cunningham's group, 2 citizen volunteers, a recreation committee, person, a fire department person, and a selectman. I think that's a total of 7.
A second.
Okay. Do you have that written out, sir? It would be help us to have it, if nothing else, for the clerk, just. Right. Town council just caught my ear, and he was pointing out that one of the things that we would need to add to that article, if we're going to proceed with it, we do need to designate who has the authority to make the appointments to that committee, so that there is somebody who's empowered to do it, whether it's the Board of Selectmen or some other authority. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I believe time is 11:01. We're taking up new business past the time that town meeting is supposed to be either postponed or completed.
That is true. Under our rules, we say we're going to complete by 11, but it certainly has been our habit when we're just finishing up the business of the town. We go past 11 to finish things. There have been times when the town has said, let's continue to 11:30 or later, and since we just had the 2 business articles left to take up, I wasn't going to adjourn the meeting and bring us all back just to take up these last 2 articles.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
I would like to see if we can amend that article that he's going to put in there to add police to it too.
Where is that gentleman? One of the things I wanted to clarify was the composition of the committee, was that just suggestions by you, or is that intended to be part of your motion? Because it makes it simpler if it's not part of the motion.
Okay, part of the motion, 1 selectman, 2 building committee, 2 citizens, 1 recreation committee, 1 fire department. Oh, 1 police. The police department.
You're not even on it. You're out of here.
Okay, just so, what's that again, Bill? Which one? 1 board of selectmen, 2 building? One selectman, 2 building, 2 citizens, 1 fire, police, and recreation. Yeah, okay. Okay, just clarifying this. The motion has been made that the town establish a working group to study the replacement or relocation of the community building and fire department facility at 1 or more new locations, with the instruction to that working group that they make a written recommendations to the town by the March 2010 town meeting, and with the idea that the relocation would be accomplished, if it's approved by the town, by 2012.
Okay, so it's community building, fire departments, and police.
And police.
Right.
Okay? And with the recommended composition of the working group to include 1 member of the Board of Selectmen, 2 members of the Building Committee, 2 citizens at large, one representative each from the fire, police, and recreation departments. That's the motion that's before us right now. Sort of.
Comments?
Discussion, yeah, okay, I recognize you, Tom.
I would encourage people to vote this down, not because it's not a good idea, but because it's already happening. We've committed money and have $25,000 on the table for design for a new safety center. We've involved the police, the fire. There's been design work already done. The only thing we're lacking is the deadline, I guess, but I think we're already down this road.
Actually, Tom, John's expanded it to include the rec department, and that's not a part of the study we've already been doing. I
Okay.
think he wants to make it more encompassing.
Then I would say instead of abandoning the work that everybody's done over the past few years, to add the rec committee to the group.
I wouldn't think that this group, you know, wouldn't be able to utilize whatever has already been done as part of their work.
Okay. We have a voter waiting at the microphone there, so I want to make sure I recognize you, sir.
Yeah, Rob Mack, Rocky Point Drive. Just a question. Most warrant articles require a petition. They need to be noticed in here, except for amendments that happen here. Is it proper for, at this late hour for, a new warrant article to be made and voted on?
Well, and town council can correct me here. At the end of the day, the town meeting is the voters' meeting. And while certainly anything, I think, involving appropriations or, specifically dealing with town property, I would be concerned that there be a specific article to warn the voters that it's being taken up. In this case, it's a vote to establish a committee that's going to start, investigation. There's no commitment of town resources, town funds, anything like that. It doesn't seem to me to be out of the realm of what can come up under the other business, portion of the warrant. And town council's giving me the head nod, so I guess I'm doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No problem. Anyone else? Yes.
Don Berube, 27 River Road. I know that they've been looking at this, and having a community center sounds like a great idea. I'm just trying to figure out why the gentleman that proposed this had a tough time proposing this, but was sitting up front and being coached on what to say by some of our selectmen sitting up front. I just wanted to point that out because it really seems like if the selectmen want to, talk about this with us, it should just be done that way and not through trying to get somebody to read this off and then coaching them to make sure all the words are in there.
Speaking for myself, I've never discussed this subject with this gentleman. I don't know that I've ever talked to this gentleman in my life. Is that correct?
Well, if that's the case, you got, I don't know, other people in the room watch it there. That's all I wanted to say.
Don, we're just
That's
trying to
all
move
you
the
wanna
meeting to closure, that's all. Let's get the question up before the voters and let folks decide. That's all we're trying to do here.
I would recommend to vote no on this.
Recognize the voter at that microphone.
Yes, Faye Johnson again. I would recommend the petitioner that has brought this forward to eliminate the fire department and the police department from his motion. They are already studying their own building, and if this building is unsafe and we do need a recreation building, it is not really a good idea for children and people who are in recreational pursuits to be around our police department and to be around our fire department. Those people have enough on their hands to try to handle emergency situations, especially when it comes to the police, when they actually have criminals that they have apprehended. And a new recreational building really should stand on its own and should not have the fire and the police involved in it.
Okay, there's nobody at this microphone.
Mr.
so
Moderator,
recognize this.
Gary Nile, 38 Robinson Road. I sat beside this gentleman as he penned this thing in pencil and ink, so I don't think anybody coached him.
I would just add that in fact, the committee that's been looking at doing this and actually has some plans, looked at the idea of separating the police and fire from the rec for exactly the reasons you're talking about. having fire trucks take off and children playing outside didn't seem to make any sense. So we're a long way down this road, that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yes, sir. Recognize.
Paul Hammond again. I believe that the piece where the gazebo is, it was bought a number of years ago, was already designated where the police and fire station was going to be built.
Thank you. All right, it seems to be the last voter who wishes to speak. So this is this article that has been brought by a member of the meeting. And again, to catch the summary of the article is an article to establish a working group to review the replacement or relocation of community building, fire, and police facilities at one or more new locations with deadlines to the committee to provide written report and recommendations by the March 2010 town meeting with the goal of having the relocation complete, should it be approved by the voters, by January 1, 2012. And the recommendation that the composition of this working group consist of one member of the Board of Selectmen, 2 members of the Building Committee, 1 member each of the Fire, Police, and Recreation Department, 2 citizens at large, and that the Board of Selectmen have the power to make the appointments to this working group. That is the motion that's before us, and we'll now put the matter to a vote. All those in favor of that motion, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you. And all those opposed? Okay, the nay votes carry the day on this. That motion fails. Yep, well, I want to make sure whether or not anybody else has any other matters, any committees need to make any reports. Yes,
I
sir?
move to adjourn.
That's
Okay,
a
motion?
great motion, too. All those in favor, please raise your cards and get out of here. Okay, thank you.